All right, what's up, everybody? Welcome to tonight's Tuesday stream here on the Card Guys YouTube channel. Today, we're going to be looking at Dorinthea and Fang's performance over the weekend. We had the calling in Sao Paulo, and we had the battle hardened in Eindhoven. And, well, Dorinthea did pretty well in Sao Paulo, and Fang managed to win the battle hardened over in Europe. So there are 6 games that we're going to look at today. There is quite a bit of footage to look at, so we really aren't going to be wasting much time. We're going to take a look at the Dorinthea games first, and then we're going to take a look at the Fang games for the Fang gang, I guess you could say. So yeah. Yeah, I don't really want to waste too much time. Today's stream is going to be kind of different. I know quite a few people are just going to watch this as a VOD, so I'm not going to waste time. Let's just get into it. This is also a reward for those of you who are here on time. So, all right, the very first game that we're going to take a look at is Lucas playing against Verdance. So Dory versus Verdance. Now, Lucas did not top 8 the calling, but he did get 3rd in the battle hardened. So even though the stream did not show his list, this is the list that was published. So I presume that this is very similar, that his battle hardened list and his calling list were very, very similar, right? This list, as you can see, is a Count Your Blessings Dawnblade deck that does run, the Grains Tunic Switch. It's running AB1, does have Vambrace, has double helmets, has Iron Song Versus. Running Jagged Edge, Out for Blood, Iron Song Response, Blade Flurry. This is like the standard, plus Puncture, I guess. This is like the standard loadout for attack reactions nowadays. Is running an Overpower and a Route, which is nice. The defensive tools only running 6 4-block D reacts, not running That's All You Got, not running Snag. But that does enable some room for things like Iron Song Determination and stuff like that. His blue base is a little bit different than most blue bases. Normally we don't see 3 copies of Fatal Engagement. This could be, 3 copies of Overpowered Fatal Engagement. I guess. I mean, that's fine, I guess, if that's what you want to do. The blue count is actually fairly high because it's 25 and there's no snags. So this is a little bit higher blue count than normal, but yeah. Rainbow Warriors Valor, very, very standard. Of note, hey, look at this. No Singing Steel Blade, no Twinning Blade, none of those situational yellows. And yeah, got a bunch of CYBs. Got some Spoils of War, a little bit different, but yeah, this list is quite similar to the list that I published for the Hunted season. So maybe he had some inspiration from there. We'll see. All right, so all right, I'm gonna mute the stream and we're gonna play this because this match is over an hour long. We're gonna play this at double speed. All right. Okay, so for those of you in chat, if there's something that you want me to talk about or bring up, let me know. Okay, so let's just start here. Okay, so I guess there was a Sigil of Solace into Waning Moon. Sigil of Solace into the spell that we see in the graveyard into Waning Moon. So of note, Lucas only has AB1. And over on the other side, we have pretty standard defensive setup. We have the Stonewall Gauntlets, which could be a little bit annoying. That's something you have to keep in mind. Plume probably could get back like a combo piece or something like that. And in this matchup, you're basically just trying to race down the Verdance. Generally, if you just trade back and forth, you're probably just going to get outvalued. And they'll kill you with Storm Striders once you get below a certain amount. If you don't put enough pressure on them, they'll deploy a bunch of healing pots, and then they'll combo you. Yeah. Okay, so looks like Lucas is going to get his first counter there, unless Ayrton has something else. Nope. Okay. So getting a Dawnblade counter against an Earth deck without an arsenal is could be better, could be worse. Nourishing is obviously very, very good, especially considering that you can remove the Nourishing when you decompose. So it's possible he's on multiple, but I like the block with the spoils plus the armor. Just deny. I mean, you had double go again anyways here. So let's see if Lucas is lucky and drew a naturally good hand. So Stonewall Gauntlets plus 2/3 blocks, going to cover up this, and just draw better, guys. Just draw the natural combo, and yep, this will preserve the Dawnblade counter. And like I said at the very start of this game, pressure is extremely important. And wow, okay, that's okay. So prevention from the mental block plus the chess piece going to cover it up. Generally, you want to use a chess piece once you've gotten enough Earth cards into the banish zone, but this play makes total sense. Felling, extremely strong. Looks like he has 2 attack reacts. He put a supremacy to the bottom. I don't. Okay, so he drew 4 reds. Okay, so at least this hand is somewhat functional with the tunic counter. He can use the unsheathed and kind of go for it. Looks like the ponder triggering. He's going to put that into the arsenal. Sure. All right. Unsheathed into, I presume, tunic swing, which will be for 7. Now, this should give Verdance some pause that use tunic to swing. Generally, you're not going to use the tunic unless you really have to. Blocking for because of the embodiment, I think he's blocking a little bit over. Blade Flurry going to connect. Shelter will shut the turn down. He'll at least get to Arsenal the Stroke of Foresight, which is good. So far, both players have been playing well. Verdance passing back with an IP penalty, which is interesting. Tunic unsheathed. Determination. So this is like one of... Oh, God. Okay. We should all take the advice and just draw better, right? I do have the deck list for the other games, so we'll talk about the Fang deck list after we review the Dory games. 9 Dominate Go again on hit draw is pretty good, and obviously with his hand, there's no way to stop this. And Verdance going to take a bunch of damage. The general rule is you want to kill them between turn 8 and 12. Generally, if the game goes much longer than that, you're probably in trouble. Now, of note, we still haven't seen any indication that Lucas is on CYB. Although, spoiler alert, he is. So, yeah. All right, swinging again. And I presume he's going to play the Stroke of Foresight from the arsenal, just push damage over. But looks like no. He's just going to... Okay, so that's 3 value lost. I think you should always play out the attack react there. Like, anything you draw with full tempo should be fine. Like, even if you draw a Fatal Engagement or Blue Overpower, as long as you have tempo, that's fine. Okay, Pulsing Aether Life, going to deal some damage. Obviously, just going to take this AB1, not stopping any of this. Waning Moon, yep. Even if you know that they're going to send a spell into Waning Moon, it's probably not worth it to Arcane Barrier when you have a Dawnblade counter. And there we go, CYB pitched. So now there, I mean, this is kind of the checkmate position for Verdance. It's like, well, if the game goes too long, is going to be bad for me. If the game goes too short, like that generally means the door just ran you over. So in terms of defensive cards, we have Rootbound Carapace. We've seen Shelter. I don't think we've seen a Sink Blow, but you got to keep in mind that most of these Verdances are on at least 9D reacts. In this meta game, it wouldn't be uncommon to see them on 12. So going to preserve the counter there. Didn't get to swing, but that's okay. Deploys the Healing Pot back to Lucas. Tunic back up to 3, and this is just drawing hot as hot could be. This is a great sequence of turns. And when you put this much pressure on Verdance, she's going to draw cards that can't block very well, like Healing Potion, or she's going to draw cards that she needs to keep for a combo, or just to be efficient, like a Plow Under or a Felling of the Crown. If I was the Verdance, I would have tried to stop the Dawnblade here, because one of the ways that you could lose is they go Valor, Supremacy, Swing, and you don't even put up a fight. And he could have put up a fight, but he had a Sigil, but I think you just have to take the risk and see. He didn't even have an attack react to get over it. But, yeah. So if he had blocked for 9, the Glint would have just found the Emboldened Blade, and that would have been it. So a little bit of poor blocking there on Verdance's part. I definitely would have liked to see a block there. Assuming the hand blocked for 9. Maybe the hand only blocked for 8. I'm not sure. And the Warrior Valor train just keeps on coming. And with Iron Song Determination, this is one of the risks of letting the Dawnblade snowball, is if they draw Dominate on their next turn, things can get out of hand. And he has a blue and an Overpower, I think, in his hand. So not going to be good. Ring of Roses, that's it's a good card, but does he have room to like deploy it and get any value from it? And this is one of the reasons why you probably shouldn't block with armor early if you're a more defensive deck. If you're an offensive deck like Aurora, sure, block with your armor. But like if you're Verdance, you definitely should try to hold on to your armor pieces, because it just enables plays like this to happen so much easier. And yep, gonna swing again. 5 Dominate. Gonna Tunic Overpower. Perfect. Mental Block, gonna try to block for a little bit, but still gonna take, I think, 4. Yep. And now Verdance is in a precarious position. Could be worse, though. 2 Dawnblade counters, but no Arsenal. Gonna gain some life back. Gonna ping Lucas for 1. And deploy Ring of Roses and pass. All right, we got a Warrior's Valor. And this is going to be, just going to deploy 2 Warrior's Valors here. Okay. Now, I would not have deployed, well, it's close, whether to deploy the second Warrior's Valor or not, because now it's obvious that all you can do is preserve your counter. You can't attack, react, and swing again because it doesn't have enough resources. Blocks for 10, takes, or not 10, a little bit less than that. Okay, just go swing again. And 3 Dawnblade counters is a lot. Although of note, that is the second CYB that was pitched. So there's 2 CYBs on the bottom of the deck somewhere. I'm gonna Sigil, ping, Ring of Roses, ping. Back to Lucas. And generally with 3 Dawnblade counters, this is where you just throw your whole hand down and pray. Now, a lot of, okay, just saying no blocks, really. Okay. Seeds of Tomorrow. This is a very risky card to play in this against Dorinthea these days. They almost certainly are running main deck Jagged Edge. And This is going to go to 9 and then 11. If he doesn't have another D-React, this is pretty much game. And he does. So both players drawing very, very well. That resets all the Dawn Blade counters. Verdance looks relieved, but, you know, still down 13 life with no tempo. An Arsenal pass. Would you side CYB out in this matchup? I think it's okay to keep it in. Basically, if you heal enough, the Verdance can't kill you anymore. And we've seen both the CIBs that he had just be pretty smooth. Swings, activates bolters. I don't know if that was the best bolters break, but, you know, depending on the hand. Looks like he has double pump to get over this. The jagged edges were one turn too late. 2 jagged edges. Gonna bring... Oh, okay, he has the root bound. Does he have another earth card? Oh, he has 2 earth cards already. Still gonna take some damage and go to 1. And hopefully this 2 or 3 card hand can heal a little bit, or this is gonna be pretty bad. That's one of the best cards. Heartbeat of Candlehold. Gain 1, ping, gain 1, ping, gain 1, ping. Ring of Roses. Gonna ping and heal, which causes a ping. So, yep, lots and lots of pings. Gonna even up the life a little bit, but without... it's gonna be difficult for Stormstriders to kill for more than like 10. And so far, we haven't seen Lucas AB anything except turn 0. So 9 turns and that Null Rune Hood has just been sitting there looking pretty. Is it better or worse that he saw the COIB so late? I mean, I think it's actually probably better, because if Ayrton sees an early CYB, he can start disrespecting your turns a little bit more. It's kind of like when you saw CYB new. If I played against CYB new, I stopped respecting anything they do, because it's like, well, are you always going to have the perfect thing? No. So, yeah. Bunch of pings from the probably best 3-card hand that he could have. And Lucas down to 8, which is quite precarious, but he has a no block in hand. Ooh. That's not good. Can he get over? I think he can. Yeah, okay, there's a third. Did he draw 3 jagged edge in 1 turn? That's crazy. But no go again. So I think he's just going to have to heal and Arsenal the Blade Flurry. So going to gain going to gain 2 life, go back to 10, which is nice. And the nice thing is that, like, if Verdance goes for Stormstriders and you have a CIB, you probably just win the game immediately. All right, Ayrton puts down a healing potion. Arsenal's a card. Back to Lucas. Pitching a trot along. I would have pitched the nip at the heels, considering he has a D-React or attack react in Arsenal. But maybe he's just trying to heal a little bit out of range. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe he feels a little bit nervous that his life got cut from like 23 down to 8 due to that really, really good turn that Ayrton had 2 turns ago. So far, I think Lucas is playing very well. I haven't seen any major misplays other than not casting the Stroke of Foresight when he was going to draw a card off Supremacy. So overall, very, very good. Routing a card back to hand... it's pretty good, but like I said, I would have pitched the nip and played the trot along if you have a route. But I think, because there's really no point in playing route and then using your turn to play CYB, right? Because yes, you push in some damage, but then you allow your opponent to have just a bunch of cards. And there we go. A very, very nice plume into Seeds of Tomorrow. Going to basically stuff this turn. But Lucas... the beautiful thing is that Lucas, okay, is he going to go for this? This gets blown up by an attack react or a D-react. Looks like he's just going to let that go. I think I personally would have pushed. Yeah, I would have played the attack react from Arsenal. So far, there's like 3 things that I'm kind of disagreeing on so far. Verdance ping and, oh boy, rampant growth life. Pretty good. Destructive Aethertide, really good. Another reason why you probably should play out your arsenal. Imagine if he had CYB in his arsenal, right? So if you played the Blade Flurry, said, hey, if you got a D-React, you got a D-React. What are you going to do to me with 1 card? So definitely a little bit of a misplay there. And deploying 2 attack reacts, afraid of the Destructive Aethertide again. I think this is where you should have checked for Destructive Aethertides in the graveyard, maybe see if he pitched any. Because I think it's actually more valuable to have it in Arsenal, especially considering that you have your Tunic at 3. Having the attack, having an Out for Blood or Puncture in the Arsenal basically unlocks any Warrior's Valley plus blue hand. So I personally wouldn't have played both of these out. I would have went Iron Song versus into Dawnblade, played the Puncture, Arsenal the Out for Blood. So yeah, it's very important as Dorinthea to know how much to push, how, like, setting up your 2 and 3 card combos is very, very important for Dorinthea. Because it's okay, so it looks like he drew 2 CYBs, an Out for Blood, and a. So there's something nice about having the Null Rune Hood is that you can AB a little bit and then CYB. Although generally you're gonna want to convert Dawnblade into CYB most of the time. But that is an option. Rampant Growth Life again, Verdance ping. Gonna take it down to 9. More pings from Ring of Roses. So the Verdance has gotten enough room to deploy Ring of Roses, which is good. Brody pose equals lose. What does that even mean? Overflow the Aether Well, sorry. Now, what can he do with the 2 resources? Well, we all know what he's going to do with the 2 resources. Going to bonk him on the head with Waning Moon. With Waning Moon on the stack, going to gain some life, heal out of range. Going to take a little bit of damage. I presume he's going to Tunic and cleanly, yep. And then his turn is probably just going to pass. So now he's healed quite a bit. But we know that the last 2 CYBs are pretty far down. Because he pitched it on like turn 4 or 5. And then pitched it on like turn 5 or 6. So he's not going to see another CYB for a while. So, yeah. All right, so here, Lucas almost certainly should just block this out and move on to the next hand. Just try to get deeper into his deck towards the CYB. And looks like he disagrees. And did he put a card on the bottom of his... Okay, he did, okay. So this... Okay, looks like he's going to try to go for a kill with the Out for Blood. And remember several turns ago, like maybe on the Supremacy turn, if he had played that Stroke of Foresight, this would have been 3 extra damage. How many times has Airton been below 3? So many times. Like, the game would look so much different if he had played that Stroke of Foresight out many turns ago. All right, drew into another CYB. That's actually much quicker than I suspected. That's... Huh. So I guess he's running a clean 60 and like maybe turboing through his deck. That's much quicker than I thought, if the turn counter is correct in the corner, which it may not be. All right. Down to 8. And another IP penalty from Verdance. Not good. Steel Blade Supremacy, kind of pointless when their opponent's at 2. He should have 1 floating here. Yep, there we go. Seeds of Tomorrow. Now that you've seen 3 Jagged Edge, totally fine to do that. And gonna gain some life. Verdance Ping, gonna AB that. Fruits of the Forest. Going to attack with Fruits of the Forest. Okay. 2 cards deployed. I like this because you're basically just extending the game. Your last 2 CYVs gonna provide a ton of value. You're probably at 14. You're probably out of range, and just gonna swing for 3. Another situation where so he drew what is that? 2D reacts, maybe even 3. Okay, he had 2 shelters and a root bound, so that's not what you want to see. Okay. There's no way to play this hand. Just gonna. Oh! Oh no. Oh no. Not like this. Precision press swing. So Lucas should know that he has at least 2D reacts. Gonna gain a bunch of life, and this game is probably over here. At 22 life, you just have you just have too much life right now. And that clunky hand and he's just gonna pass back again. Oh no. So he drew very, very hot in the first few turns, now much more clunky. And now we're basically at the point where the D reacts are also kind of running out on Airtone's side. Plus, there just isn't enough juice left to kill Dory. Like, Channel the Millennium Tree is cute, but you don't even have enough health to make a pivot or anything here. Stormstrider is definitely not going to be able to kill from this high a life point. And going to get a bunch of Arcane Barrier from that blue, which is nice. We'll channel. And the Verdance has run out of cards. So, yeah, this game is effectively over. Do you prefer Lucas's or Leturti's list? We'll take a look at both of them. I am more of the opinion that there's some good things about both of them. They are both more offensively slanted CYB decks. Like, they're not running that many defensive cards, which is interesting. Like, they're not running the full 9/4 blocks plus that's all you got plus snag. So Nip at the heel is gonna deal a little bit of damage and then swing again, and Verdance completely out of cards, extends the hand. Good game. Okay, Lucas played pretty well, I think, overall. I do think there was probably 4 places there where I personally disagreed with the play lines that he took. But, overall not bad. But we could see like a ripple effect of some of the decisions that he made. Overall played pretty good. Put on the pressure. I think there's probably 3 or 4 plays that I was like, you could be a little bit more efficient here, or you could ensure that your next hand or your next mini combo is good. But overall, I think he played fine, and he got 3rd in the Battle Hardened, so did pretty well. It's interesting when we look at his list. Like I said before, like, his list is like less defensive than most lists. Has a couple more offensive tools as well. More blues than normal as well. So it's like I'm not sure if this style does very good against. Well, I'm thinking like against new, you only have like 6 defensive cards. Is that enough? Maybe it is. Um, but this list basically probably does better against Enigma because you just have so many more attack reactions than normal. Having an overpower on a route already kind of messes them up. Yeah. There's a it feels like this list might be hard to get a balance of like all the tools. Like we have extra copies of Spoils of War. Hmm. It's interesting. It's interesting. Okay. Let's take a look at the next game. So we're going to be looking at Lorete's list. So I think the equipment suite is very similar. Obviously, the arm piece is a little bit different. Also, CYB, the the defensive cards are the exact same. 1 Fate, 2 Shelters, 3 Sinks. Interesting. Not running Yellow Valor, but running Spoils of War. So I, if you only have 1 Twinning Blade, this should be Yellow's Valor, in my opinion. 1 Glistening Steel Blade, which is interesting. 2 Determinations, sure. Was he not playing Provoke? Interesting. Okay, so this list doesn't have Provoke, which is probably the worst card for a new to take from you. But this list is running Provoke. Again, no, that's all you got. No Snag. So this, I mean, they're running the exact same. It's very possible that these two guys are friends. So they're running the exact same defensive suite plus CYB. This list has Sharpened Steel, though, and Singing Steel Blade, and a Twinning Blade. So this is a bit more offensively focused Dorinthea, but it still has the CYB, which is interesting. Okay. So this was the only Dory game on day 1, so we'll close this tab. All right, so all right, here we go. The next game we have is Dorinthea versus Enigma. Okay, so this is a matchup that has changed quite a bit with Jagged Edge in the game now. And looks like Learte is going to get to go first. Looking over at the other side, Traverse, Tunic, Quick Dodge Flexors, pretty standard stuff. Just going to deploy 3 of these cards on defense, which is correct against a Naked Dawn Blade on turn 0. You literally only get punished by Glint Twinning. So, all right, going to Arsenal card. Looks like he has a Singing Steel Blade and some other cards. We'll see. All right, so like I said, this matchup has changed quite a bit with Jagged Edge. Also, he has access to Singing Steel Blade, which means he can grab Jagged Edge. However, you do want to be a little bit careful about doing that because that is a play that gets massively blown out by a D-React if they have it. We can presume that the equipment that is cloaked is Uphold Tradition, which basically pumps up the giant-ass mirror guy. Okay, looks like we're going to have a Transcend off the Sacred Art. Or maybe I'm looking at that wrong. I'm not sure. All right, just let's take a look at the equipment suite of Dorinthea. Running Kabuto. Kabuto, I think, is a little bit old school. In my opinion, so I know on my original tier list, I said, oh, Kabuto is so good against Enigma. In practice, if you're having to use Kabuto to save yourself a bunch of life from a board swinging at you, you've already lost the game. Especially with Jagged Edge, you're supposed to keep this board relatively in check. So I actually like Crown of Providence against Enigma these days. The main reason is that one of the ways you can like instantly lose is they go Mirror Guy into something very disruptive, and you have to be able to deal with it. If it's a CNC, you get to sink your arsenal. If it's something that's annoying, you can block with your boots plus the helmet plus a card from hand and be fine. Okay, coming in with Unsheathed into a swing, just for 6. This does not have Go Again because, unfortunately, this card is not worded in a Runeblade way. So he's going to need to get... So blocking with the boots indicates that generally when you block with the boots... Now, in this matchup, it matters much less because, like, there's not that many on hits that you care about. But generally when you block with boots, that's an indication that it's time to go. 2 spears of surreality plus a... I think that's another attack. Just going to maybe block for 9, which is not going to cut it against this deck. Now, Singing Steelblade does combine with Unsheathed very, very favorably. So I think we're going... Because he has so many Spectral Shields, I think you have to go... Well, here's the thing. He doesn't have enough resources. So this hand actually doesn't convert too well. So no matter what you search for with the Singing Steelblade, like... Actually, you could go Singing Steelblade into Jagged Edge, and that actually clears the board. But it doesn't give the attack go again, and you're wasting one of your cards. But if you go Singing Steelblade into Jagged Edge, play the Blade Flurry, you get blown out by a D-React. But I think that's what you kind of have to do. I think the general rule is if you can get like 4 value from your... Sorry, not 4 value. 6 value from your Jagged Edge, you go for it. So I think this should be a Jagged Edge tutor. Not entirely sure. Iron Song response. So Spears, Miraging Metamorph, and Spears is a block for 9 if I'm not wrong. That's interesting. Yeah, I guess he just wanted to... Because you can't swing again without go again. So I guess he's just going to try to clear the board and kind of just play for another turn. I don't think this is right or wrong. It's just... It's like, okay, sure. Let's go to 10, and then Blade Flurry. Let's go to 12, clear the board, and pass the turn. It's not really too much that... Okay. I don't think that was the correct way to use the Shelter from the Storm. Because at the moment, he passed priority. You were only losing 1 shield. Like, who cares? So now 13 against... Okay, now it's 15 against 13. So he's just going to lose 2 shields. Like, who cares? Plus the Blade Flurry is half wasted here. Unless you... Okay, you go for the boots on this one. Okay. So generally, I wouldn't advise using the boots like this. Although this can start a snowball, you're not converting Grains tokens, and you're not ending with an arsenal. So you're at the mercy of your deck. So you wasted your boots to get a Dawnblade counter. Look at this. No Grains counter, no arsenal. Very likely Enigma can clear this Dawnblade counter. And if you... Look at this. Sink Below, Twinning Blade, Fatal Engagement, and Puncture? That's not a very good hand. So yeah, this is a matchup where you have to be a little bit disciplined. I think you just hold on to your boots, guys. Like, I say this all the time. People are cracking their bolters way too aggressively. Just swinging for 4, low threat level, pitch to yellow. I think Enigma should be totally fine just leaving this. What's your opinion on running 1 Nourishing, especially in Assassin-heavy local meta for Codex Recursion? You can do that. I just like being Codex insulated, so I don't have to... Like, when they Codex you into Leave No Witnesses or Codex into CNC, like, you feel like you have to protect it. Whereas if you don't even run Nourishing, who cares? So... Okay, I'm pretty sure he just was able to protect the counter, probably Arsenal to Sink Below. Let's see what the next hand is. First of all, I don't agree with bringing Sink Below against Enigma. You need to be running full offense against Enigma. If you're bringing Vambrace into Enigma, why are you bringing Sink Below against Enigma? So Spectral Prowler, which is a card I haven't seen in God knows how long. If you got a Spectral Shield, it has Go Again, Phantasm as well. Oh, of note, both Dory lists, I don't think we're running any poppers. So that makes your Prism matchup quite hard. Either way, I think it's going to be hard because even with like three poppers, it's still not going to probably get there. Is Course of Iron Song not played in Dory? Generally, Jagged Edge is just better. Jagged Edge basically allows you to combine Jagged Edge with another attack react to basically punch through on even blocks, which is important. Just got home from my army. What did I miss? You missed one of the games. We're now on the second game. All right, so I think the hand is Supremacy with a Sink Below. Probably going to try to fix it a little bit. You don't really want to have a Sink Below on your Supremacy turn. All right, Phantasmoclasm going to get to look at the hand, which is pretty bad. Shows him Fatal Engagement, Sink Below, Trot Along, and Steel Blade Supremacy. So, with the boots gone, I think you could just take one of the blues. Like, you're pretty sure that the Arsenal is not an offensive card, so... And if you don't take the Sink Below, he'll be able to hide some information from you, so there's that. But, like, Supremacy is, like, the quote-unquote strongest card, but it's going to need Go Again plus an attack react plus some hidden information to actually, like, extract all the value. So, I don't think there's really a right choice here. If you leave him with a blue plus Fatal Engagement, blocking becomes a bit harder. So it looks like he's going to take a blue, which I think is an okay choice. Taking the Go Again as well. So that's going to go to the bottom. Larete is going to get to draw a random card, Blade Flurry. And I presume now he's going to sink a card. Okay, so he's going to get 2 chances. So he could really obfuscate his hand if he wanted to. The riskiest play would be to sink the Sink Below and see if you could draw like a Warrior's Valor or something. And, oh, just draw better, guys. Just draw better. I mean, Spoils of War, just as good, basically. So Spoils of War, Supremacy, Swing going to be the turn with the Blade Flurry. Gonna be real good. All right. And this is the type of hand that could just, like, get out of control. So there we go. Gonna swing for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Of note as well, if he can draw a blue, he could convert into grains, which is really nice. And this hand has Drop in the Ocean, so that's not going to block well. So let's have a Fate for Scene, which is useful. I think you might just have to call the bluff and... Well, actually, with Quick Dodge Flexes, you're actually totally fine. You'd only get blown out by... I mean, with Tunic, actually, you're insulated against a +3 as well. So you can actually block 8 on 8, or block for 7 with the Spectral Shield. So I think this turn is actually going to work out pretty well for Enigma. Win or lose, it was really cool seeing a Dory in top 8. Yes, it was. All right, so there we go. Levels plus Fate for Scene plus the Spectral Shield blocking for 8. We're going to see him deploy the Blade Flurry? No? looks like there might be a judge call because he already removed the spectral shield. So it looks like just gonna okay. So that might have been a little bit of miscommunication there. I think you have to play the Blade Flurry just to get the quick dodge flexors out. And here comes a Rage Spectre for 6. Which is pretty good. 2 card 6. I think anytime you have a supremacy turn, you kind of have to just man up and go for it. Like if you have an attack reaction and you have a supremacy with go again, like what type of hand are you waiting for that's better than that? So, all right. Dory decides to take 6. And let's see what this next hand is. Looks like it has a singing steel blade and an iron. Oh, no, not an iron song. That's a hit and run. Pushing forward Dawn Blades like this against Enigma. Why does this have go again? Did he play Trot Along? He might have played Trot Along. I wasn't paying close enough attention. All right, there's the Blade Flurry. Gonna bring it to 5. So with a D-React, this could cover it up. Looks like no. So gonna take 4 because of the Rage Spectre. Did he take too much damage there? He might have. Okay. Going to convert some resources into Vigor tokens, which is always a good idea if you can. I think some people will be like, well, if I use my grains and make Vigor tokens, then it gives more information about what my hand is. Sure. But against most players, that's not going to matter. It's not really going to matter. So far, Laertes are playing pretty well. I would have liked to seen him use the Blade Flare on the previous turn, but it is what it is. Okay, Traverse going to go find a Chi card, which means it's big dragon time. He did play Trot. Okay, yep. Yeah, he only had 1 card in hand, so that makes sense. Or 2 cards in hand. Okay, taking a bunch of damage. So in general, you can do this once per game as Enigma. You could take a round of damage, and you'll get to play your big 5-card hand with Mirror Guy. Now the downside is look what happened here. Now we have 3 things going for the Dory player. We got a +1 counter on the Dawn Blade. We got 2 Vigor tokens, and we have an arsenal. And we have an arsenal that is better than Iron Song Response. He pitched an Iron Song Response to make a Vigor token, so that tells you that the arsenal card is better than it. Provoke 2 Glints. And can't quite tell what the other card is. Jagged Edge. Ooh. Ooh, that's a good hand. Especially considering that the arsenal is Singing Steel Blade. All right. Stir the pot. Gonna stir it around a little bit and swing. Coming in for 8. This is gonna be for 10 because of the calming gesture. Kabuto block here is... I don't know if that's good. I don't think that's a good block. I think you save it for next turn if you can't clear. And they put Mirror Guy plus another thing on the board, then you can maybe deal with it. Although it's very unlikely that you can't clear with a jagged edge, so I don't think that was the greatest block, but it's fine. I don't think. First of all, I think that should have just been Crown of Providence, to be honest. So, okay, Level's going to get go again and draw a card. So this turn is not over, and there's a Fate Foreseen about to go into the arsenal. So this actually could be very, very, very bad. If Enigma says no blocks, plays Fate Foreseen from Arsenal, oh boy. As a Dorinthea player, you should not be relying on getting reprise from your opponent. Good opponents that understand how your deck works are going to deny you reprise on key turns or erratically give you or not give you reprise. So let's see if Enigma can blow the Dory out next turn. Spears, pitching spears. So if you see your opponent pitch spears, almost certainly that means a defensive card is going into the arsenal. And cashing in some of the armor just to stay alive and keep the whole hand. I mean, the Kabuto block actually, was actually okay because there was a lot of hidden cards there. So, this hand does not block. Restless Coalescence, Rising Sunsetting Moon. 4 with no go again. And because of the Grains tokens, full hidden information. And this hand looks good in theory. Oh boy. And as a Dory player, when you see them block 3 on 4, you know the texture of their hand. This is going to get really ugly. Glint, draw. Now, do you provoke here? I don't think you do. I think you just jagged edge, clear the board, and then swing again. Yep. So jagged edge going to bring it up to 7, going to remove the mirror guy. So in this case, like, now you might sweat a little bit as Dory, right? It's like, okay, does he have a D-react in his hand? Maybe. So he's still going to bring this up to 8. So now this is over by 1. If he has any large attack react, he should grab it. Overpower or route would be great here because that protects you against a D-react from hand. You could also grab another Singing Steel Blade and then... Okay, so this works fine. There was actually 2 options. You could go singing into something, or you could go singing into overpower pitch a blue, which is fine. Both play around having a D-react in hand. Basically, your opponent can get to 11. You want to make sure that you go to 12. And so here, he's going to get to go to 12. And look at this. All because you blocked with 1 card from your hand. Enigma shouldn't have blocked this turn. This turn would be so much different if you didn't block. Gotta clear the mirror guy. And gonna still have resources to swing again. And make a Grains token. And gonna get the Arsenal, the Unsheathed. You could also play the Unsheathed. I think it's totally fine just to make Grains swing. I don't think you have to play the Unsheathed here. If your opponent, yeah. So this is a good attack, holding 1 card back. Also, if your opponent somehow has 2-3 blocks in their hand, which you're pretty sure they don't, because the correct block there would have been to block for 6, not for 3. He could give Tunic plus 2/3 blocks to block for 7. So hiding information, very good. Gonna get a second Dom Blade counter for his efforts, which is nice. Okay. Hmm. Okay, Restless Coalescence by itself, not really good. Doesn't use the action point though because it's an instant. Downside is it doesn't block. I think you just have to deploy another Restless Coalescence, right? I'm actually surprised he didn't deploy 2 Restless Coalescences on the last turn to block for 4. Because the Jagged Edge is worded differently than Chorus of Iron Song. Chorus of Iron Song says the whole turn damage can't be prevented, whereas Jagged Edge says the chain link. So he could have denied the counter, which would probably be better. So I think we've seen Enigma kind of mess up blocks several times. Sift, Mira Guy, Enigma Chimera, and there's Unsheathed from the Arsenal, Warrior's Valor. And this is where the snowball happens. And here we go. Once you have 2 Dawnblade counters and you end with an Arsenal, like Enigma's in a lot of trouble. Like this matchup is all about setting up some favorable board states where they don't get maximum value or they don't have enough health to make pivots. Getting into this I don't really think there should be a situation where Dawnblade has 2 counters on it and you still have your quick dodge flexors. I'll be frank. The quick dodge flexors are supposed to be used to deny maximum value at any time. That's actually one of the most annoying cards for Dorinthea to deal with. Yeah. Glint and Hit and Run in the hand, not going to do much. Looks like he's going to deploy 2 cards to block. So if that's 6 plus Restless is 8, maybe throw the Tunic in front of it is 9, then Tunic Quick Dodge can go to 11. And pray that he doesn't have a D-React. I think that's probably the best way to do it. Gonna block with your Tunic? No? Wow. Guys, you should not be letting Dorinthea's hero ability trigger more than 3 times a game. This is the rule I've talked about is if Dorinthea's hero ability triggers more than 3 times a game, you probably lose. Whether it's Hatchets or Dawnblade. This Enigma's playing scared. You can't play scared against Dory. I know Jagged Edge is terrifying, but the correct block there was Ripple Away, Enigma Chimera. Your Restless, which blocks for 2. Your Tunic, and then Quick Dodge. Block for 11 on 11. Now, unfortunately, Vambrace would have screwed you over, so maybe that... Yeah. You'd probably have to give another card, actually, in that case. Unless you had a cheat card in hand, then you could make a Spectral Shield, I guess, but... I mean, the Sift... I mean, this is gonna... This is a very good 3-card hand, though, I will admit. But there's just so much that could go wrong here. Especially because the Dory just got 2 more Vigor tokens. That's like having an extra card. Like, you thought Fang was scary. Like, Dorinthea with Dawnblade counters and Vigor tokens is even more scary. Now, everything is face up. Gonna swing for 8. you're gonna get, let's see, you're gonna get, if he has Sink Below plus Van Brace, he'll live at 1. So that might be the play. Or 2 cards, not Van Brace, 1 card plus Grains, block for 4 or 5. It's got a Jagged Edge, Sharpened Steel, Valor. I mean, with 2, oh, it's a quad red hand. Yeah. Probably just have to give up both Warriors Valors, go to 2. This hand converts well. Okay, gonna take 2, go to 2. And we're gonna see the power of Vigor tokens right here. Your opponent blocked with 2 reds. That is terrifying. That means the hand has to be reactions. So let's see. All right, 2 Vigor tokens going to pop for Leote. Dawnblade for 6. The hand blocks, I think. Okay, so Phantasmoclasm, CNC, Sink Below. Other card can't quite tell. The Jagged Edge going to be the real death nail here. So if you can block for 9, you block for 9. Looks like you haven't. So this is one of the important parts about Dory versus Enigma is you need to be aggressive because they're going to draw hands like this where they can't block for the full value. So you got to block for 9 as best you can. I actually think this is a very simple block. You put the Tunic in front of it, you put 2 cards in front of it. You go to reactions, they play the Jagged Edge, and then you're like, oh. You quick dodge, and then you play your D-React, right? I think the Enigma player just has the correct hand to block this, but just doesn't have enough matchup knowledge here, I think. Playing Dorinthea at different levels is actually very different. At the Pro Tour versus a Calling versus a Locals. So block with the CNC, block with the Phantasmoclasm, block with the Tunic for 7. Your opponent's going to play Jagged Edge, go to 12. Play the Quick Dodge Flexors to block 9, and then you play the Sink Below. This is why equipment is so important, guys, in the game. Having access to Quick Dodge Flexors basically means your ward shouldn't die one time. Or the Dory player has to draw like a god. So. Oh, Brazil Pummel Party team. Oh, man. Nice to see you guys in chat. You missed us. You missed me in Brazil. I'm sorry I couldn't come. I'll try to. I was going to try to go, but something came up, so I was not able to. You got a picture with Michael Fang and Mansan. That's great. Nice. I have a Dorinthea player in my LGS. Thanks to him, I know a lot about this matchup. Yes, this is a matchup where if you play as Dorinthea, you'll know what's annoying. Yeah. Josh, do you think there's more disruption coming to Warrior? Probably. Probably weapon disruption. if there's anything. I don't know what Enigma's thinking about here. There's only one way to play this hand. You block for 7. You quick dodge with your blue, and then you Sink Below. You can't keep You can't swing your mirror guy next turn, sure, but oh no. You gotta block for oh no. Getting greedy. This is definitely the wrong block. Oh boy. Let's see if he gets lucky with the glint. Couldn't have prevented this glint. Ooh, drew a twitting blade. Your opponent didn't overblock though, so you just play Jagged Edge, punish him. Definitely play Jagged Edge here. Yep. Going to 12. And Enigma gonna lose a bunch of life and the mirror guy. In fact, I think this is actually lethal right now. Yeah, this is lethal. Oh, no, it's not. This is 12 against 8. This has go again, so yeah. This is another thing, is that if Dorinthea hits you with counters, she can convert one resource into 4, 5, 6 more damage. So definitely you try to stop her here. You were planning to come. Yeah, I was actually planning to go, but something came up with my grandfather, so I couldn't go. Josh, I missed my Viscerai. Well, you can play Viscerai in LL. He's pretty good there. Who set the ISO on these cameras? The player cams don't match. Shake my head. You may know that person pretty well. Although I think this looks really nice. This looks really nice. I know you're a perfectionist though, so you always want everything to look good. But hey, this game looks really good. I love that you have like the blown up card in the corner. My face is kind of covering it right now, but you know you have that big card in the corner, which is nice. You have like Fang and Arachne as like the coaches right behind them. It's really cool. can actually save quick dodge on this block by just playing out the drop, make it 11 on 11. If you block 6 plus the tunic 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, you probably could do that as well. There are many ways to play this hand. This is like not the right way to play this hand though. All right, gonna get to go grains into swing again for 6, and that's probably that has to be game, right? Yeah, it's only one card in hand. Okay, well, that is, well, how do I put this? Like, sometimes the most interesting games are those when both players don't quite play perfectly, because that creates a little bit of back and forth between the players. So yeah, I think both players could have played a little bit better, but hey, live and learn. Okay, let's fast forward a little bit. Mansant, you are the GOAT for putting all these timestamps in. Oh my goodness. So good. All right. So here we go. Top 8. Now, before we get into this, there will be a point in this video, in this game, where there will be multiple points in this game where I'm going to be very disappointed. Because in a top 8 game, I don't know about you, but I expect near perfection when it comes to play. Like, it should be clean play. And for those of you who watch the channel, you guys already know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the priority passing on one of the things. There's also another. We'll get into it. Let's just go. I don't even know what an ISOS is, but it looks good to me. The streams have been bangers, man sent. Yeah, the zoom in, the cards being showcased. Great job. Yeah, really good. All right. All right. We'll just quickly look at the Dory deck. I already went over it a little bit, but this is a CYB deck. He didn't bring CYB against Enigma, Enigma or Aurora, which does make sense. You could play CYB against Enigma if you wanted to, but that's like a very, very different strategy. Yeah, has the Singing Steel Blades, Determinations. This deck has quite a bit more dependency on reprise and getting the first counter than most decks. Yeah. Laerte is a really nice guy. Well, generally, most Dories are very nice people. Laerte knows about a lot of the mistakes. Well, it's we all have to learn to get better. We don't just start off like gods. We have to. It takes time. ISO basically just light sensitivity for the cameras. Oh yeah, okay, I can see it. Yeah, the guy on the left is more bright. The guy on the right is a little bit darker. Sure. Yeah. You look at the background. It's like, oh, why is it like so? The windows are so dark. This is so bright. Yeah. It's fine. It is fine. Okay, so fourth seed versus fifth seed. Aurora is going to make Dory go first, which I think is correct. However, knowing the deck list, knowing that I presume this is open deck list, knowing that he has Iron Song Determination, yes, just about to say. Well, if this was a Red Warrior's Valor, this would be very bad. Because you would not be able to stop this so easily. Did he draw the Blade Flurry? Let's find out. Did he draw the almost perfect starting hand? All right, just in terms of armor, this is very standard. Grains, Brave Force Bracers, Bolters, no Rune Hood. On the other side, Rune Blades can present a ton of armor, and looks like Carlos did present a ton of armor. Okay, gonna block for 5. Oh boy. Pretty good. Gonna get 3 damage in and gonna get to swing again. Gonna force more armor. Pretty good. Obviously not gonna have an arsenal, but is what it is. 4 with the dominates. And gonna cover up 4. Sure. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the macro strategy of this matchup. So if you are playing a more aggressive strategy, you need to find a power card, generally that's Steel Blade Supremacy, and you need to basically be on life parity. I also think you need to be very disciplined in which hands you keep, because very, very, very likely Aurora is not going to give you reprise. And the Dory's job is actually already significantly easier because 2 pieces of armor have already been blocked with. If Aurora had flawless armor, this matchup becomes much harder because Aurora can deny you reprise on a key turn. Now, unfortunately, the downside of getting 3 damage on turn 0 is Scar for Scar is online, so there's that. So here, I think I'm just looking to, okay, 2 Singing Steel Blades, Nip at the Heels, Fatal Engagement. Definitely going to block with this hand. Or not. Okay. Okay, this is extremely risky to keep this hand. And entwine with Electrostatic Discharge. So could be Electrostatic Discharge into a card, or it could just be a card arsenal Electrostatic Discharge, because that does turn on certain hands with like Gone in a Flash, Flittering Charge, and stuff like that. Blocking with the boots. This is very, very aggressive. So generally, you don't want a bolter's break on a 4-card hand. You want a bolter's break on a 5-card hand. And if I was Carlos, I would only... Okay, well, that's that's a good card to have on top. But now you know the shelter is going to be in the hand. So very likely Aurora is going to want to play that from hand. So you're somewhat likely to get reprise. But this hand is just too risky to keep. 2 blues, 2 Singing Steel Blades. I mean, it's just way too risky. Like, if Aurora blocks for 3 or probably even blocks for 4, like, what are you going to do? If Aurora blocks with the chest piece plus the head piece, I think this game just is over. Because you're pretty sure that, well, you're not 100% sure, but like you're playing around Singing Steel Blade by blocking for 4. If you only block for 3, they could Singing Steel Blade, pump it by 1, then Bolter's Break, and then go into something else. But yeah, CLV in hand. No blocks. No reactions. No defense reactions. It's going to take 3. Definitely going to see a Bolter's pop. Definitely shouldn't have flashed that blue there. Although I don't know if Carlos saw that. Okay. Swinging again for 3 on hit counter. Or 4 if he used the bracers. Looks like he did. Yep. Okay. Now he knows that he has a clean answer in hand. But I think Carlos might just like play his hand out, arsenal the Shelter from the Storm, because then you have armor plus a D-react in arsenal is really good. And what did you give up? You gave up a Dawnblade counter. Gonna play Singing Steel Blade, no reprise. Oh no. That's not very good, guys. Okay, gonna take 5, 29 to 29, but with no bolters, Aurora definitely in the lead here. Gonna get a second Vigor token, which is the start of goodness for start of something good for Laerte. This game is rough to watch. Well, we do need to watch to improve and learn what to do. If you do not watch your games back or watch other people's games back, I think that is this stream is for you guys, but it's also for me. Like I'm learning a lot by just talking through and watching these VODs with you. So Laerte knows that there is a electrostatic discharge in the arsenal. And generally when Aurora keeps a 4 or 5 card hand, it's probably a CLV turn. So I think... Now he does know that one of the cards is a Shelter from the Storm, so there's that. All right, second strike. Not going to get the buff because it hasn't dealt damage, right? Just for 6, no go again. Looking at the boots, he could pay 1 to give instance go again, so he could give like lightning press go again to get an action point. Generally, this is just used for like, look at this is like such a good piece of equipment. Look at this. It blocks for 1 with Battle Worn, has Arcane Barrier stapled to it, and it has an ability. God, I wish Bolters blocked for 1 had an ability and art. If Refraction Bolters had Arcane Barrier 1 stapled to it, I'd be so happy. Oh my goodness. So happy. One value singing Steel Blade, very sad. Yes. Hi, Josh. I'm Lucas from the first game. Welcome, Lucas. I think you played pretty well in the first game. There were like 3 or 4 situations where I thought maybe you could play a little bit differently, but well played. Good job. Congratulations on your 4th place in the Battle Harden. Okay, Laerte gonna take 6, gonna give a draw. Doesn't have go again though, right? Because second strike is on attack. So, but it still can make an embodiment. So Laerte knows that he drew a red. And did he put the D react in Arsenal? Or did he keep shelter in his hand? Okay, no, he didn't. Okay, so there's a shelter in the Arsenal, I believe. All right, another hand pitching a trot along and swinging. Generally, he has the bigger tokens. This is why you have to say start of turn and then look at your board. Tick your tunic up, crack your agility, crack your vigors, and swing. Not deploying the trot along, though, means he has glint in hand. Yep, glint in hand. Also has provoke and singing steel blade, I think. So this hand is pretty interesting. Now we do see that Carlos could just like discard the shelter to the provoke. So he's not. A lot of people think, oh, you could just provoke into glint and then you always get reprised. That's not necessarily true. Your opponent could show you an attack react or a D react or an instant, right? So I'm thankful for your streams. Look forward to them every Tuesday. Well, thank you so much, Andy. I watched the Florian colleague Colby matches and completely shifted how I approached playing Florian. Yes. Lightning Greaves is so good. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Watching other people make mistakes, make perfect plays, etc. help me get better. Yes. You learn a lot more from a defeat than from a victory, in my opinion. What do you think are the odds in this matchup overall 50-50? It depends completely how the Dorinthea is built and how this matchup is probably 50-50. Like aggressive Dawnblade can get out of control very fast against Aurora. Provoke, going to put a card onto the chain link. This is definitely not the right play. Don't give him reprise when he has 4 cards. Oh, no. Okay. All right. So this is where reading what Provoke does carefully is important. You could have shown him the shelter from the storm and put the shelter in the storm in the graveyard and say, okay, now what? And he would have glinted, and then that would have been that. You would have taken some damage, but you would have had a full grip to crack back on. So still has 3 cards in hand, still has an arsenal. Does he singing Steel Blade? Probably. Yeah. Now, in this situation, I would not go grab Blade Flurry. Because you get blown out by a D-React. You could grab Out for Blood, or... Yeah, Out for Blood seems decent. That would force him to commit some armor. Okay, Iron Song response, totally fine. It's basically the same thing, because you can bracers into swing. 65-35, the numbers came from voices inside my head. Well, yeah. Yeah. Thanks, I definitely should have played the reaction on the Supremacy turn. Yep, try to... Because as Dory, if you have full tempo, any card you draw is actually okay. Like, even the worst 2 cards that you draw, which is Fatal Engagement or Blue Overpower, is fine. Speak of the devil, the Fang list just showed up. I have the Fang list already pulled up on Fabry. I'll show you guys after this match. Okay, so we now have 8 on 3. So probably that's interesting. Actually, he had he even had the shelter in the arsenal. So this, he definitely should have shown him the shelter off the provoke. Your opponent just played 3 WTR reprise cards because you showed him the wrong card. Look at that. Provoke, so good. Provoke caused all those other cards to be good. If Carlos discarded Laerte's turn would crumble, yes. All right, looks like he's going to try to stop him right here. And we have 10 against 8. We have a graveyard check, which generally indicates another Singing Steel Blade. Yep. Okay, now it's safe to go grab a Blade Flurry. Okay, this could get out of hand very quickly. For like I said, this matchup can get very, very, very out of hand very, very quickly. I don't know about the Twinning Blade here. Without the boots, this does not make sense. Did I miscalculate this? This is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, he's 9 against 11. Okay, so he can't grab Blade Flurry. He could grab an Iron Song response, but then he would run out of those in his deck. Okay, this is okay. This is okay. Not gonna say this is the best, but it's okay. Because you just look at that. You just played 5 cards against 6 cards against 3. Oh my goodness. All right, gonna get to swing again for 4. And I think this is the easy armor block plus a card, right? Shouldn't be super attached to your CLV. Probably just arsenal this Skyward Serenade, right? Gone in a Flash plus Grasp the Arknight, move on with your life. You can basically put him on not having a 0-cost attack react in his hand because he would have played it, not grabbed Twinning Blade. So checking the graveyard this early really doesn't do anything. I think this is a very, very obvious Gone in Flash plus Grasp the Arknight block. Not sure what he's thinking about too much. Because you remove the counter as well. From his RTN deck tech. Lucas, did you get some inspiration from my from my hunted deck tech? I don't speak any Portuguese. I'm sorry, guys. All right. Did he just block with 2 cards, save his armor? I guess having a card in Arsenal could be a little bit of a liability, but yeah. I think he knows that he's not playing Commanding Performance. Okay, there's Unsheath, Spoils of War, a blue to pay for the turn, so it gets a swing. Okay, so this is 8 go again on hit monies. This hand got a Current Funnel, a Snatch, a Sink. think it has a no block as well. That's electrostatic discharge. The CYB idea was from your deck tech, you said? Ah. Yeah, that I pioneered that at the World Championship. That was my secret deck at Worlds. But I ran into Enigma and I didn't have Jagged Edge back then. So I made day 2 of Worlds, but I wasn't able to convert. But I did have a good plan. Just Gem didn't like me. All right, no blocks. Ooh, okay. Another unsheathed into a swing. I think there is. I actually think you probably should have just played unsheathed, Spoils of War, swing. So I presume he's going to Arsenal a 0-cost attack react. That's the only way this line makes sense. Aurora says, send me the bill. Okay. +1 counter on the weapon. I mean, this hand is not that amazing for Aurora. It's a setup hand. Electrostatic discharge into Snatch, make a embodiment. Guess you could go. Yeah, sorry. Starfall, flash and electrostatic discharge, Snatch, make an embodiment. Arsenal to sink below. However, I don't think he needs to be scared of the Snatch because, well, because he's making an embodiment now. Okay. So he's making the embodiment now, which is, this is a very, very, very interesting mind game here from Carlos. He's got a D-react in hand, but this looks like a lightning press. Okay, gonna have the perfect 7-on-7, and Carlos just gonna Arsenal sink below. Not gonna take the embodiment to the next turn, just gonna try to induce the block there. Okay. 3-card hand from Dory to protect the Dawnblade counter. And Carlos probably should just block for 6 here. Of course, there's a chance that Laerte has an attack react, but I think you have to take a little bit of a risk. Yep, they asked me where I got the CIV idea from. I said from your list. Ah. Lucas, by any chance, are you friends with Laerte? Because your lists are kind of similar. Like you ran the same 6 D reacts. You both run CYB. You know. Did you see the stream of Battlehardened Eindhoven that Fang draw like a god, or is that just good playing? We're gonna look at Fang after this game. We're gonna watch all the Fang games. There's 3 of them, so get ready. This stream is probably gonna be 4 hours long. That's why I didn't want to waste any time with chit-chatting with you at the very beginning of the stream. We just jumped into it. We're just going. Dyadic Carapace plus sink below from Arsenal. No sink. And that means no reprise. So only Blade Flurry would work. Or Nip at the Heels would also work. And goodbye to the Dawnblade counter. CLV Shelter, Serenade, Electrostatic Discharge. Pretty good hand. Okay. When they attack with Starfall like this, you probably have to block for 2. Unless your hand is good and you have like a Dawnblade counter and you really want to go for it, because this smells like flash in CLV, give this go again, draw a card. Good block here from Laerte. Gonna block for 2. Not sure why he's playing the CLV instead of the Oh, he pitched the electrostatic discharge. Okay. Right. Okay. So really trying to channel and keep that alive for another turn. All right, Skyward Serenade, gonna give an embodiment plus search for a Skizik. Now Laerte's out of armor. So gonna have to give 2 cards if he wants to stop this this CLV. Laerte started playing Dory after ProQuest London season, so he sent me a message. Since I'm always playing Dory, we started talking. Aha! Okay. Yeah, I looked at both of your lists. I'm like, these lists are kind of similar. Yeah. We discussed our list together for the calling. Nice. Okay, that makes sense. Glad to see you both did well. Ooh, has the sink below to cover this up. Very nice. Probably looking for another D-React. Let's see. Because this is very likely not the end of the turn. Oh, it is the end of the turn. I lied. Okay. Okay, this is a health lead here. Tempo and life lead. Red Warrior's Valor. And now with 2 cards in hand, this is actually frightening because if there's 1 card in hand, it could just be an arsenal. 2 cards in hand, one of those is an attack react. What to do here? Lightning Surge in hand. Static Shock. 2 Static Shocks. And a Snatch. This hand does not convert very well on offense or on defense. Doesn't have enough go-agains. And I mean, these don't block very well. Might just have to block with the 2 Static Shocks. I think this hand blocks for 10. I guess it's okay. How many D-Reacts would you bring into Aurora? 12, but that's me. Is this the Blade Flurry play? I can't watch. Oh no. This is not the Blade Flurry play. The Blade Flurry play came after a Supremacy turn, if I recall. I'm going to play Provoke, which Carlos does not actually care. I'll put another card on the combat chain. I think you were supposed to pitch the Provoke and play the Glint. Because there's a chance that the top card was an attack react. Let's find out if he would have gotten rewarded for that. Oh, I think the top card was a Blade Flurry. Was it? The first card in his hand. Well, he's got a Blade Flurry in his hand. Okay, Sick Below. I don't know if you needed to respect this, but sure. Unless that's a Lightning Press in Arsenal. However, in general, most Auroras side out their Lightning Presses against Dory. Okay, it was a Shelter. Okay, he would have drawn a Shelter. Okay. Or it might have been a Puncture. I couldn't quite tell. Okay. Guys, now we're seeing why I always tell you to hold on to your boots as long as possible. Look at how many hands he's drawn that would have been fixed with bolters. Having bolters also gives you so much of an advantage in the reaction step because it forces your opponent to play. Okay, 6. I presume he passed priority, and it's on Carlos to respond now. That's not a real functional hand. 2 sink blows. Gonna have to go looking for something better. Shelter from Arsenal. Blade Flurry to 8. This attack still doesn't have go again, but yeah, you obviously play the sink blow. Probably get rid of the somersault. No sink. Oh, never mind. This is just flittering charge into flittering charge. Okay, I see. Arsenal is sink. That makes sense. Ooh, Steelblade Supremacy, Sharpened Steel. Those are pretty good cards. All right, flittering charge for 4. He has 2 cards. You know it's either Somersault or Lightning Press. Shelter. Somersault. Back to hand. Back to the field. You probably just... Okay, 2 shelters deployed. All right, I'd like to see Dory try to set up a nice 5-card hand. Put something nice into Arsenal. You haven't seen any Command and Conquers from Aurora. That's also that's something that's kind of fallen out of fashion. Looking through the graveyard, we saw 3 shelters, 2 sinks. And this is open deck list, so he should know that there's just 1 Fate Foreseen somewhere. So Carlos should be feeling pretty good right now, because it's turn 7, you've already gotten rid of 5 of the opponent's 6 D-Reacts. You've also worn down the armor a bit. Okay, we have Sharpened Steel into swing. This is one of the reasons why I've also been favoring Iron Song versus more these days, is because it allows you to make this type of play, incentivize them a little bit more to block, and then you get to Arsenal. You can also do some kind of nifty mind games with the Iron Song versus. Sigil of Suffering in hand, Gone in a Flash, Lightning Surge, Static Shock. So another hand that doesn't convert very well on offense. This Aurora's been drawing a little bit of a clunky hand. Some clunky hands, mainly because she hasn't been able to create embodiments of lightning. If you have embodiments of lightning, your turns, very, very similar to bolters, just become much, 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 much smoother. So Flittering and Somersault is great. Yeah, 2-card 8. Yeah. Weakest Aurora hand, yeah. I mean, you did say how you tell a good Dory from a normal Dory is how they use their boots or hang on to them for the right hand. It's not even about the right hand. It's just about... It just gives you so much power. Your opponent... Whenever you play a Steelblade Supremacy, your opponent has to respect it. If you play a Steelblade Supremacy without your boots, the respect that you get goes down a lot. All right, double D-React to cover up this. I don't really... In general, if Dory's not putting a lot of pressure on you, you probably want to move a D-React into Arsenal. Like this hand with current funnel now, I guess it converts, but... I think you just take 2. Well, you lost 2 value as well on the Sigil. So... Now this is... Okay. Well, I mean, if he had blocked with the 2 block in his hand, he would have lost 2 value either way. So I guess... Okay, so he's going to take 1 Arcane from the Rune Chant, go to 22. His hand has Sink Below and some buddies. Gonna sink the Steelblade Supremacy. Without a source of go again, that card's not very good. All right, we have a glistening and a blade flare and a blue. That's a very playable hand. And this is why Carlos should have probably moved a D-React into Arsenal, because now glistening turns are very, very, very annoying to deal with when you don't have a D-React. And this hand doesn't even block for 12, so Laerte checking for D-Reacts. Knowing that Aurora has 90 reacts, the boot play was really too early, too aggressive, and you're going to get reset. Yep. I agree. Glistening Steel Blade Supremacy from Arsenal. Oh, baby, baby. How do you guys know a card is good? It has a hero in the art. I think you have to block 8. If has he played his Twinning Blade already? This might have been the other game, as I'm getting things mixed up. Oh, he did play his Twinning Blade. Okay, so that is huge. That is huge. Okay, so with open deck lists and only one Twinning Blade, and he's already used his Twinning Blade, you know this has to be at worst +3. So you block 8, and you're definitely good. You block 7, you get blown up by Iron Song Response, which he still has 1 in his deck. You block 5 or 6, you get blown up by Blade Flurry. So definitely you're going to block 7 here. Probably 8, to be honest. The blowout is too big that I think you have to play around the 1 of Iron Song Response Red. It's going to Chad block for 7. I would not have blocked for 7. You got to block for 8 here. There are 2 red responses in the graveyard, but unless he saw him pitch one, which I don't think he did. He also shuffled his deck. That red Iron Song response could be the card that's face down right now. There's no reason to not give the Carapace here as well. There's no reason. Two burn-up shocks, gonna block for 6, along with the grass for 7. Blocking 7. And Blade Flurry gonna be going to the arsenal. All right. Okay, 2-card hand from Aurora. Gonna still be decent. And oh, guys, this is the infamous Blade Flurry hand. Oh no. Oh no. Hi, Kudos. It's time to cover your eyes. Lightning Surge from Arsenal 4, go again. I'm gonna speed this up to 1.25 because this game is kind of long. Okay, second strike. Oh, sorry, Static Shock. They all kind of look the same. Gonna Lightning Press for 7 damage. I would have definitely arsenaled the Lightning Press. There's so much better value you can get out of Lightning Press. You can turn on Gone in a Flash, Flittering Charge. You can cause a Snatch to connect. You could cause a CLV draw to connect. There's no reason to not put the Lightning Press in Arsenal. Especially with open deck list. You know he doesn't have Command and Conquer. Warriors Valor to swing. Here we go, guys. So if you guys have watched my most recent video, I made a video called Navigating the Reaction Step. It's all because of this turn here. He plays the Blade Flurry, goes to 8, and he says, do you have any reactions? He says no. Tries to play another Blade Flurry. The judges jump in and say, you cannot do that, which is correct. You cannot do it. That's not how it works. If you want more information on that, I made a 15-minute video on this one specific instance. Yeah. Chat, I can't watch. Here it comes. Oh no. You could fake a D-reacted arsenal. Yes, there's so many better things you could do than to just add 3 damage with the Lightning Press. 100%. The play that lost him the game. Well, there were several plays that lost him the game, but this is definitely one of them. So, all right. Okay, so the judges say you can't do that. 8 damage connects, goes to 15. And does he brace or swing? Oh, sorry, he goes to 7. They didn't even record the damage yet. Jesus. If you're gonna arsenal the Blade Flurry, I think you brace her here. I can't remember what the last card is, but okay, gonna swing for 5. Now this is kind of weird for Carlos. He knows he has a Blade Flurry in hand. So he knows he'll die if he doesn't block. But the question is, what is that other card? It could be the other red Iron Czar response. So Carlos should have been at 5. This should have been coming in for 7. Either way, he'd have to give his armor. So there's that. This hand, is he going to try to filter with the crown? If he had Lightning Press in his arsenal, I think this hand becomes... You basically guaranteed to draw off the CLV. And you can get action points from your boots. So it's so much better. All right, gonna Blade Flurry to 7. He's gonna end up taking 4. Goes down to 3. Carlos should be at 1, but he's not. Gonna arsenal the last card, and I'm gonna pause here. So if you make a play that is clearly a misplay, you need to get your head back into the game immediately. I know it's very, very frustrating for that to happen, but you're in a top 8 match. You got to snap back to reality like real quick and get your head back in the game. Concentrate about playing cleanly and correctly, not getting on tilt. It's extremely important. This is something that I think in general, as you get older, when I was younger, I was a little bit more emotional. One of my ex-girlfriends called me Robot Josh. Okay, so let's put it that way. I've always been fairly logical, think with my head. I don't let things get to me very much. So I think in general, though, as you get older, get more experience in the game, you will develop that grit, that determination, that single-mindedness, like that. It's very, very, very important to get that reset quickly. That's why in sports they call timeouts. Not really to discuss anything, just to say, okay, we're going to reset the tempo, reset our minds, and get back into the game. Because I think an even bigger misplay comes up soon that was because of this. Because I think his mental state was very affected here by the judge call, which was correct, just for the record. So let's continue. Just remember, guys, you gotta have that grit. Don't let things get to you. Mental fortitude, yeah, like you say in chat. All right, Entwined Lightning fused with Somersault. So 4 go again. Gotta bounce it back to hand or play a CLV or something. Now the CLV with the Lightning Press, gonna guarantee. I'm also gonna note Carlos's body language has changed a little bit. Is the stream lagging? Or is that me? Oh, okay. Looks like it's okay. I noticed that Aurora players are a little bit more flicky when they have a Lightning Press. Just a little bit more flicky. Okay, there's the CLV. Gonna draw. Gonna bounce this back to hand. Not gonna deploy the Lightning Press yet, which I think is correct. See what you draw. Maybe draw a Snatch or something. Okay, Flittering Charge. Gonna be really good with this Lightning Press. Okay, Entwined Lightning, gonna fuse it again with a card that he may or may not have drawn. And now the danger begins. Gonna block for 3, currently taking 1, going to 5. Now these endgame situations are still probably good for Dory because you have cards like Route, Determination, you have a Dawnblade counter, you have Pumps, so you should still be good. If you can enter a late game situation on even terms, you should be fine. Flittering Charge for 4 again. Gonna have to block for 3 to stay alive against the Lightning Press. Definitely don't want to die to Lightning Press here. You can tell that misstep tilted him. Yep. It's top 8. You got some time to reevaluate the board state with your mistake. Yes. Mental Fortitude is a skill you need to train. Yep. My girlfriend called me Robot Josh. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. I tell people all the time Fab is a mental game as much as a skill game. I agree. That's why I find it so hard to play against a killer in general. An assassin? Or you mean a very good player? All right, Lightning Press going to connect for 7. Or sorry, for 4. Going to go down to 1. Still alive though. 3 cards when your opponent is at 3. Definitely doable. Got to make sure you have enough pitch though to pay for a Sigil of Suffering. And this is pretty good. This is pretty good. Now there's some interesting things that the Aurora player can like utilize in the situation because your opponent is at 1. Okay, there's the Sigil of Suffering. Okay. Aurora probably wants to move that into the arsenal. Okay. Okay, if this is a 1-cost attack reaction, he actually just loses the game instantly. Gonna bounce the current funnel and the other card back to hand. Gonna deal a damage. Gonna swing again. Down to no resources. And this is actually a very interesting position. Do you block for 3, try to bait him into playing his attack react? Really interesting, because if you put no pressure onto him, but you arsenal Sigil Suffering, is that going to be good enough? Against a 5-card Dory? I don't think so. I think you're supposed to block with 1 card, try to bait him into playing his attack react, and go from there. Because you have to think about what you're representing as well. Like, just like in poker. Like, if you attack with a card holding Sigil of Suffering in your hand, they don't know it's Sigil of Suffering. He's looking for the 0-cost attack reacts. I think the correct play is to block the current funnel. Ooh, I don't know about this. If you get no cards from Dory's already keeping this counter. I don't know. Either way, it's hard. Okay, there's the Sigil Suffering. Going to force him to pitch the Iron Song response. Wow. So I think Carlos actually had an opportunity to win the game right there, but okay. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Okay. Okay. Grasp going to make a rune chant. Pretty good into second strike for 3. Going to get 2 cards at least from Laerte. Still going to be able to keep 2 cards. We have an Unsheathed, which is pretty good. It's going to come in for a breakpoint. That'll also preserve having a blue, like for more resources to deal with Sigil. Spoils is a tough card to include these days. I agree. I don't know if you can put Spoils in your deck anymore. Speaking of mental fortitude, how do you train that up? Yeah, I could talk about that more. There's 2 sigils. Still 1 more sigil out in the wild, I think, right? Yeah, 1 more sigil out in the wild. Nothing feels better than ending the game on a router shunt, yeah. Didn't tick up his Dawnblade counter cries. He didn't. Yeah, he should have. Why did he block for 6? Okay. Guys, he would have won the game. Okay, first of all, the Blade Flare mistake. Second of all, not taking up his Dawnblade counter last turn. Third of all, blocking 6 on 3 when your opponent has no cards. Oh boy. Lightning Press revealed off the top. That's not good. Yep. And unless he sees his fate foreseen in the next hand, he's going to die. Need to slow down. Not to like Brody Spurlock level, but just slow down. Make sure you understand what's happening in the game. He thought the Flittering Charge was coming in for 4. There was a dice representing it was 3, but he didn't. Yeah. And we can see that things compound in this game, especially mentally. And with making a rune chant plus having the Lightning Press in hand, you have to block for 9 or you die. Gonna Arsenal the Lightning Press, and then he'll gone on a flash next turn, and then game will be over. Or just now, actually, yeah, he still has 1 floating, can give it go again, and then see, look at these Rune Blade boots. Oh my goodness. All right, well, Aurora takes that one down. Well, let's just say that was entertaining, but like I said for the other game, like it's partly because things could have been played better. But like I said before, we live and we learn, we get better, we come back stronger, right? Okay, well, okay, that's enough Dory. For those of you who want to see the lists, they are on Fabry. You just go here, go to the heroes, you can find them, right? Both of their lists are fairly similar. There's some cards that they didn't include that I personally would have included. That's All You Got, Snag. Commanding Performance, I think, is a pretty good card. They don't have any of those. Yeah. Okay. That concludes the Dory section of today. All right, guys. That was a feature-length movie of content there. That was 2 hours. Okay. We're going to take like a 2-3 minute break. We're going to go watch 3 Fang games and analyze them, okay? So go get some water, go get some popcorn, go get a snack, whatever you need, and be back here in like 3 minutes, okay? All right, guys, I'm back now. Before we look at the Fang games, let's do a little bit of a show and tell. So I recently bought this new backpack. Haven't really gotten to use it yet, but I was looking online at Reddit, the r/one bag Reddit, and this is a bag that they really recommend a lot. This is the Osprey Daylight 26+6, and this is like really a nice backpack. You can find a lot of reviews online. I'm going to try this out for Pro Tour London. Like, I generally prefer to travel light with just one bag, so you know, we'll see how that goes. Okay. What snack and drink did you guys pick up while you were on break? I got a San Pellegrino. This is the pomegranate and orange version. It's quite nice. I got this at Costco. They have like, I think they sell these in like packs of 24. This was quite nice. I like that. I kind of like those, you know, exotic fruits that are a little bit, you know, not that an orange is exotic, but pomegranate is kind of exotic. I like that. And then this has been on my shelf for way too long. I guess I need to eat this now. So maybe some Cheetos. So hopefully those two will entertain us enough. Plus these Fang games should also entertain us a lot. So water, chocolate chip cookie, lemon sparkling water. Yeah, it seems nice. Can you convince me to like Commanding Performance? I think that card is horrible. Commanding Performance is a card that converts nicely on offense and defense, which is generally the way I like to play Dorinthea. I like to be able to attack or defend. And I mean, I play Dauntless and I play Commanding Performance. Commanding Performance is actually pretty annoying for some decks to block. It also turns on Unsheathed. Unsheathed blue Commanding Performance is a very good hand against a lot of the meta. That converts into 3-card 12 generally. Because they won't block the first one, and they might block the second swing with their armor or a non-attack. So beer and Doritos. That works too. I've gone 2-1 my last 4 armories in a row on Fang. I always lose to Aurora and or Vincent. How can I win? Well, Henry, we might find out the secret today when we watch the Battle Hardened. So, Josh spilling the beans before Pro Tour. Generally, I don't hold back too many things. Like, it definitely is. A lot of the top players are not going to give you any insight into what they're playing at Pro Tour. It's negative EV for them. If I sit down in round 1 of Pro Tour and my opponent watches my videos and streams, I'm at a disadvantage. Just straight up. But it is what it is. Okay. Let's watch some Fang. All right, here's the list that won the Battle Hardened in Germany, I think. Double Obsidian Fire Vein, Dynamos build, standard equipment, double helmets, triple helmets. List looks fairly standard. We see both Affirm and Endear Devotion. We see, you know, these classic 0-for-4s like Oath of Loyalty, Blaze Hedgehog for the Jokai. We see great attack reactions like Hunsen, Long Whisker, Blade Flurry, Jagged Edge. Fealty Generation. We see power cards like Savor Bloodshed. Scar Tissue kind of holds the deck together. It's got defensive tools. It's got instances in Sigil and Tooth. Sigil and Tooth are basically the same card, except one is offense, one is defense, but they're both really good. You get a lot of value from these cards. Got That's All You Got, and we're running 8 blues. Of course, running Glint. What did I tell you guys like 7 weeks ago? When people try to convince me Glint was bad. This is like day 1. I was just like, my gut tells me Glint is good in Fang. Just my warrior gut. All right, not a lot of blues. Not a lot of yellows either. All right, so this is going to be interesting. Now, I have not watched any of the Fang games. I did watch the Dorinthea games. But I have not watched any of the Fang games, so this should be interesting. Top 8'd with Quickie P. I wish she was in CC. Yeah, me too. I just can't put Endear in my deck. Well, if you have Endear Devotion before you're turned on, it converts cleanly. If you have Endear Devotion after you're turned on, you probably have a Grains token that you're cycling. So I hate it, but I'm trying it out right now based on this list and Levi's list. Yeah, Levi's list is pretty good. There were some cards that I think if you're not playing Savor Bloodshed, that just probably is wrong. It's Steelblade Supremacy for daggers. Like you got to play it. Tooth is technically for 4 in this deck, though, right? Yeah, Tooth is really good. Tooth and Sigil are basically the same card. I've been thoroughly unimpressed with Sigil, though I might just be running it in the wrong matchups. I mean, Sigil is an outlet for having too many fealties, which this deck definitely could have. All right, let's skip forward a bit. All right, I have no idea how to pronounce this guy's name. Weibling Christian? I'm just going to call him Christian. Against Jordy. Okay, so we have Fang versus Aurora. Let's see. Who won the dice roll here? Let's see. We'll just start playing it from here. 6 for Aurora, 9 for Fang, so I presume Fang won. So, did Fang choose to go first or second? Let's find out. Okay, I think Fang is going first. I think it's fine. You give Aurora tempo, but you could start with Mark. You could get a early Sigil out. You could start with a fealty token. You could leak some damage. There's lots of good things for going first. And we could tell this guy is a serious Fang player because he has the Marvel, he has the cold foils. His equipment is also cold foils. So this is a dedicated Fang player here. Which event is this? This is Battle Hardened Eindhoven. Drop the list link, please, Josh. Okay, here. Here you go. Vielsing. Christian Vielsing? Okay. The real problem is that in several matchups, the fieldies can be hard to keep, especially Wizard with Scour. Yeah, there are certain matchups where you just have to get good. And yeah. I also got my right face and cold foiled Fang Dagger, my most recent armory. There you go. Scour, pop the bubble, so good into Fang, yeah. Sad. Okay, looks like Fang had Aurora go first. Okay, sure. For tempo, makes sense. Why not? Aurora should be at 43, right? I guess I'll update that. All right. Pitches, that all you got. Swings Firebane for 1. Christian, Dory player said skirmish season 1, salty when he loses. Oh no. Aurora's at 43 right now. I don't know why it's not updated. Yeah. Okay. let's watch this at 1.25. All right, Searing Gaze. Just damage, no mark. Aurora smartly didn't attack on turn 0. Going to create a fealty from Affirm. Going to get to Arsenal card as well. Very, very clean turn. Got some damage. Got a fealty. Got an Arsenal. Can't complain. Cheetos is a very Fang-themed snack, right? You know? This is my Obsidian Fire Vein. Rabble for 4. Loyalty Beyond the Grave. Loyalty Beyond the Grave is kind of the key to protecting your fealties. Woo, look at that. Look at that. Turn 2 already has 2 Loyalty Beyond the Graves in the graveyard. Interesting to see if he cracks it for a card now or kind of saves it for a rainy day. Very Fang-coated. Fang Chester Cheetah. Someone needs to make Cheetos altered Obsidian Fire Veins. Okay. He immediately cracks banishes the 2 Loyalty Beyond the Graves for a card. And just has another yellow to power his turn, which is nice. Long Whisker. This card is actually a card that you need to really read very carefully because you can apply the buffs to whichever dagger you want. Target dagger gets +2. Target dagger. Long Whisker marked him. Attacked with the Obsidian Fire Vein. Searing Gaze made a fealty, remarked him. So Fang is almost turned on. CLV Burn Up Shock. Not sure why he's playing the... Oh, okay. He wants to get... Oh, he's not running any Arcane Barrier. Interesting. So definitely going to get a draw off the CLV. I don't know if you run no AB into Aurora. That sounds risky. That sounds really risky. Entwine fused with Lightning Press. If you don't run Arcane Barrier against Aurora, I guess you're just going super fast, right? Not sure why he blocked with the armor. Oh, for the burn-up shot. Of course. Okay. Why didn't he lightning press the entwine? Does he think he has another D-react? All right, for the Drakai plus Valiant Dynamos, able to cover up that. No burn-up shock hit, which is good. They need to be flaming hot to be on theme. I agree, Nick. Good job. The interesting thing about this deck is that he has 12 D-reacts, but not playing Smoke Out Den of the Spider. Interesting. Savor Bloodshed into Swing. I heard you drawing cards is good. Savor Bloodshed is basically Dagger CLV, guys. Majestics are generally good in the game, guys. No AB into Aurora seems to be a trend, though. Yeah. Just doing it for the crown filter to ensure you don't hard brick. It could have been because he went... I don't know. Sigil of Suffering, drawing cards from CLV seems real good. Okay, all the life totals getting updated. Great. Draws 2 cards off Savor Bloodshed. Pitches a Relentless Pursuit. Makes a Vigor token, the first one of the game. Activates Braveforge Bracers and swings again. Christian's way ahead right now. Reset Dynamo, Arsenal pass. That Vigor token going to convert into Endear Devotion eventually. CLV gonna... I'm surprised he didn't CLV into Grasp into E-Strike go again. That feels... Because doesn't he have 2 CLVs? Or he did? Yeah, that's another CLV in hand. Like, if you can put 2 CLVs, maybe you just draw 2. I don't know. If you can't channel, maybe it feels bad. I'm going to pitch the CLV. Make a Rune Chant? Okay. Gone in a flash. Is he going to try to pitch another lightning card to keep the CLV? Maybe that'd be okay, I guess. It's not really amazing in terms of damage output, though. Gonna pitch a blue. The new blue. It's gonna get to channel 2 lightning cards. Gonna keep the CLV around. But Fang has a 4-card hand. If Saver always had the on hit, it would be bonkers. Well, you're a warrior. You're supposed to be able to ensure that the dagger hits. Judging by the list, this dude looks like he sends full gas a lot. Haven't watched these games yet, though. Yeah, I haven't watched them either. Hunts and Blade Flurry Scar Tissue. Oh, boy. Tell me it's going to hurt real bad. It's going to hurt real bad. Sigil Suffering. Is he going to... Yeah, he has to take one because of the... Because he has no AV. So he should Grains to remake his Vigor. Really? Going Bracer Swing? I mean, with Endeared Devotion still in your deck, I think you have to cycle that Vigor token. You have to. You're also giving your opponent, like... yeah. I guess you're also giving him a cleaner block with the armor, like this, yeah. Huh. But Saver with no smoke out down on the Spider is crazy. He's prioritizing the D-Rex that can potentially draw cards or block 4. That's why you got Starfall Funnel to draw, Loyalty to eventually draw. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what those cards do. This life deficit is too large. Think he has the blue as well to ensure that he'll get to draw again from the CLV. Looks like he's going to try to stop the CLV trigger. Lightning Press, going to pump it to 8. And Somersault, going to bounce it back to hand on resolution. Shelter going to stop the draw. Pretty nice. Two more chances, maybe 3 more chances to get a card draw off CLV. Still Snapdragons as well. So he drew a card, indicating probably a Snapdragon usage. Two cards left in Christian's hand. E-Strike's going to hit. Trigger draw. Electrostatic into Rabble, revealing Flittering Charge, so 7. Takes all the damage, drops to 12. Still has 2 cards in hand and an arsenal. We've seen these Dynamos block a good amount of damage as well. And Fang is the hero that probably utilizes Dynamos the best. Because he can reset Dynamos with 1 card, which is pretty ridiculous. I think the whole hero is actually balanced around Dynamos. Because that is really what just adds 1 value to every turn cycle, which adds up a lot. Like, look at the situation here. 4 life lead with tempo. This came about because Dynamos has blocked 4 times. I'm going to use a fealty to make the Scar Tissue Draconic. Looks like it's a red Scar Tissue. So now it's for 5. Going to take 3 damage, drop to 5. I'm going to remake the fealty because of the mark. Blaze Headlong. Interesting, we haven't seen any Tooth of the Dragon, no sigil. No sigil, no tooth, no pledge fealty. So I'm wondering if Christian sideboarded out all the no blocks in this matchup. That would make sense. How's the life gap so huge? I mean, this is Fang when he gets turned on quickly. +2 Draconic Reaction with fealties is a 1 for 6, yeah. 4 into 1 reset Dynamos is a 1 card 6. That's pretty good. No AB versus Aurora. Looks like that's the play. Isn't there a helmet that has Spell Void? That makes me wonder if, like, running the Spell Void Tiara might actually be good. Because then they can't do this. You're giving up only 1 block, basically. You're giving up 1 block. You're giving up 1 value and a card filter to deny their CLV sigil suffering 1 time. It might be good. Yes. Spellfray Tiara, I think is the name of that card. You can play Skullcap and Fortress. That is another possibility. Grains is too good in Fang, though. That's the issue. I think running Grains, Bracers, Dynamo, Spellfray, Tiara, 2 Obsidian Fire Veins might actually be the best loadout for Fang into Aurora. But is that one sideboard slot worth it? I don't know. But you stop one Sigil of Suffering CLV draw, that's already worth so much, right? It's like the equivalent of Balance of Justice against Brutes or Kabuto against Leviah or something like that. Oh, guys. It's actually not negative value from Crown of Providence. Crown of Providence blocks for 2. Spellfray Tiara prevents 1. But the Sigil of Suffering also blocks for 1 less. So they're actually equal. Spellfray Tiara and Crown of Providence are actually the same thing. Corporate wants you to find the difference between those two. They're the same thing. It's actually +3 value because you deny them a card draw. It's so wow. That might be the play. Tiara is Runeblade. Whatever the Spell Void. It was. I think it was printed in Everfest. The Spell Void cycle. There's a head slot equipment that blocks for 1. Yeah. Spellfray Tiara for Aurora Mirrors. I don't know about that, but all right. Tooth of the Dragon. Finally. Okay. I don't know if this block was correct. Wasn't this attack for 4? I think you have to risk it and just sink below and then send the lightning surge back, right? I wasn't paying full attention there. But yeah. The generic Spell Void 1 stuff, yes. Yeah. Well, I think Aurora just loses from this position. Ooh, look at that. Oh, he's got Shelter from the Storm. Sorry, no shocking here. Actually, Shelter plus Spellfray Tiara might be the sauce. That might be the sauce, guys. Hunt's End gonna end this game. GG, Aurora. Yep. Okay, so he was playing Pledge Fealty and Tooth. Maybe he wasn't playing Sigil, though. But okay, interesting game. Interesting game. Yeah, Spellfray. This one. Yeah. Spellfray Tiara. This might be the Warrior sauce against Aurora, guys. Where can you get this card? In the Aurora deck? In Dynasty? Or in the Terra deck? Huh. Oh, First Strike Aurora, First Strike Terra, or Dynasty deck. Okay, so that's not hard to get, actually. You know what's really funny is you can also put this in front of T-Bone infinitely. Dude, you can block with your Spellfray Tiara every single time they send an attack against you just to annoy them. This blocks for 0, doesn't have Blade Break. Oh my god. Okay. Well, let's go watch another Fang game, which I believe is going to be the semifinals. This is a top 8 game between Leviah and Enigma. Okay. Cool. Oh, here we go. All right, we got Mark Henderson versus Christian Veil. I forgot. Weisling? Okay. So, first seed, not first seed. So Fang's going to get to choose first or second. Running Kabuto in this matchup. Not Crown. I don't know. I'm pretty sure Crown of Providence is better than Kabuto against Enigma, but we'll see. All right, Fang against Enigma. Top 4 of the battle hardened. Oath of Loyalty. Looks like Christian decided to go first, which I think makes sense. Gonna leak some damage in. And, ooh, this is... Oath of Loyalty. Okay, he pitched a Jagged Edge. So this could be... Yeah, a good way to... well, he has Think Below, so I guess he's safe. I think he has 2 Transcend cards as well in hand. Yeah, he has 2 Marvels in hand, so I presume those are Transcend cards. I only really know... Okay, Grain that tips the scale. No. He's going to resolve that. Grains on the Oath of Loyalty. Banish that card with Passover. Flip his cards over. Sink Below. Going to put a cheat at the bottom. Draw a better card. Maybe a Mirror Guy. That would be disgusting. Okay, I think he drew a Homage, but the Marvels are harder for me to pick out. Gonna Enigma, make a shield. This should be the end of the turn. So Enigma took 1 damage, but made a shield, also transcended on turn 0. So yeah, that could have been better. Could have been better. I'd do it. What do you mean I'd do it? All right, more Chi cards. Gonna attack for 2. Christian says no blocks, 38. Stir the pot. Oh, that's Grains. My bad. Or am I crazy? I can't. All these illusionist cards all look the same to me, man. If I was not a Fang player, there's no way in hell I could tell between Sisters of Fire, Scalding Iron, and Sizzling Steel. It's just the same. It's all the same. All right, gonna make another shield, I presume. Okay, comes in with a +1 counter. And gonna attack with this shield. I really wish the Enigma would tap the shield so we know that it's attacked already. Christian says no blocks, takes some more damage. So he took 3 damage on the first shield, 2 damage on this shield. Gonna send a Ripple away for 4. Gonna get the value from the Dynamos and gonna get to send a 5-card hand back, which is very likely to clear the board and mark and make a fealty, and yeah. All right, let's see what happens. Savor Bloodshed into Savor Bloodshed. I heard that's pretty good. Pitching an Oath of Loyalty, though. So he does not have a blue. But this is 9 on hit, draw 2 cards. Probably something that needs to be respected. We have a Truce in hand. Fang does not accept truces, though. And a CNC. So I think probably going to block for 9, but that's not going to be enough. Probably needs to block for 10, honestly, but, you know. Blocking for 6 actually is the most confident move. Because that kind of means, oh, I got the D react. Blocks for 6. Goes to reactions. Blade Flurry. Discarding tip off. Marking Enigma. Now it's 11, draw 2. Oh, he wasn't even marked. Right, those Saber Bloodsheds did not actually have text. Draw 2. Burn into grains. If he has a yellow or blue, he will. Drew a glint, so we're going to burn into grains, make a Vigor token. Yep. And that did not have a... That was not Draconic Blade Flurry, so that did not have Go Again. Makes sense. Okay. Because he made a fealty token, he doesn't lose his fealties, even though he did not play a Draconic card. All right. I think this is Rage Spectre for 6. Kabuto is really only good into a Sacred Art turn. Other than that is mid, yeah. Tip off, yeah. Tip off was what allowed him to draw 2 there. All right, Scar Tissue, gonna block, gonna take 4 damage. Go to 28. Fang's gonna need to get online soonish. It's been a couple turns now. The Vigor token providing the resources for this first swing. I wonder if Fang is actually the best warrior against Enigma now. We'll have to see. Traditionally, it was Bolton. But then they printed Stonewall Gauntlets and and Dense Blue Mist, and he's sad. Scar Tissue, I wish you saw. Today's going to be a long-ass stream, guys. 6 games of CC is not short. Miraging Metamorph. Glint from Arsenal. Draw. Has Go Again, but hasn't played a Draconic card yet this turn. Four cards in hand still. It's got a tip off, though, in hand. Okay, swing for 1. No blocks. Gonna pitch the tip off. So this must be in Dear Devotion, right? Oh no! Oh, he had to pay for the. He has to pay for the attack. Yes, of course, of course. Can he protect the Rage Spectre? I don't think so. Blistering Blade. 5, go again. And he's going to lose that and take 4. 33. Burn into Grains. Plays Hedgehog. 4, go again. Plays Headlong, one of the best cards for clearing the Enigma board. Because they often have to deploy their D-React on the Fire Veins. And then it just makes it so much harder to block with. Yeah. All right, Christian going to get to end with an Arsenal. Pretty nice. Calming Jester going to make a Spectral Shield. Which might become the target for this Astral Etchings. Which is going to lead into a Command and Conquer. Although, I don't think Dory gives a crap with 6 block and armor right now. One thing about Fang is that he gets to run a lot more armor against Enigma than the other warriors do. Like Bolton has to run Tunic, Dory has to run Vambrace. All right, is this an armor jam? This is a partial armor jam. Yep. Grains and Bracers. Block with a card, and Christian's going to get to continue putting some pressure on with a healthy 3-card hand. We're seeing that Vigor Token come in clutch again. Vigor tokens are really underrated because especially if you are on 2 Vigor or 2 Fealty, and you could somehow get the 3rd one on the first attack, it's just so good. Tooth of the Dragon. Gonna bump it by 1, so Enigma's losing 1 value on defense. And an attack for 4. 2 floating. Probably has an attack react somewhere, either in hand or in arsenal. Gonna be able to Grains. This is in Dear Devotion. This is gonna be real good. Enigma blocking for 3. Long Whisker Loyalty, 2 modes. I presume Power and Mark. Although that does cause this to get blown out by Sink Below. Okay, it looks like additional time plus Mark. Interesting. This is going to take 1 damage. He's going to get marked. He'll be able to attack again with that dagger. Going to make a Vigor token with 1 of those resources and then attack again for 1. Mm-hmm. Long Whisker Loyalty, a very, very strong card against Enigma. Allows you to go an extra chain link wide, just like a ninja. And gonna get to end his turn with an arsenal. Keeping the life totals relatively close, I think, is a good sign for Christian. He's gonna pledge fealty, show him all this garbage, and I think Mark would have actually preferred to not put a card on the bottom, but he has to. Does he have... I guess he'll have another look for a Draconic card. Okay, Sink Below. Gonna look for a card. Did he find what he needed? Phantasmal Class, I'm gonna deal 4. I think the situation's decent, although the Enigma player hasn't had a Manifestations of Mirror Guy turn. Jagged Edge, though, paired with Draconic attack reactions and dual wielding just means protecting the board becomes real hard. So, are you a Fang believer or still a Dawn Play Truther in this meta? I like both decks. I'm gonna bring both decks to London. Do you feel like Loyalty Beyond the Grave has a place in Fang? I think it does. It's your emergency button when you lose all your cards. Loyalty is nuts in Fang. If it's a majestic card, guys, it's good. Generally. It's just that simple. Oh, man. Look at these mix-ups. Glint the Quicksilver. So good. All right. Gonna attack for 1. Tooth of the Dragon. Interesting. So gonna follow up with a big, maybe for the Drakai at the end of this chain link. Yeah, for the Drakai for 7. And look at how fluid that turn could be. Oh, man. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Helm of the Sharp Eye is majestic. Shattered's majestic. Hey. I said in general, guys. In general, majestics are good. Unified Decree is OP, I heard. Savor Bloodshed is good because it's an assassin warrior card, guys. Loyalty Beyond the Grave is good because it's a Syndra Fang card. Right, guys? If it's a pure warrior card, it's probably not very good. All right, Astral Etchings again. Gonna swing for some good value. Gonna try to protect the board. I don't think that's gonna be possible, though, against a Fang this angry. Surprised he didn't block with the boots, but hard to predict the attack pattern. There's Savor Bloodshed, our favorite assassin card, guys. 5 on hit draw. The Fang deck doesn't brick. Guys, the more I look at this Fang deck, the more I'm like, this deck just... Once it's online, it just does not brick. You like the Go Again symbol dice? I really like those too. Having a dice to indicate the effects of the attack, I think, is real nice. I get asked too many times, does this have Go Again? I'm like, yeah. Actually true, yeah. Long Whisker Loyalty. I presume the mode is Pump. Because if the mode is not Pump, then he doesn't get to draw. Okay, there's the pump. Blade Flurry to 10. Oh, baby. And this is reminding me so much of Bolton beating down Enigma. Sometimes you just draw and they just have to cover up as much as they can, but can they do it? Mm. Restless Coalescence, going to take some counters from the Spectral Shield, going to put out a Spectral Shield. So now he has 10. Jagged Edge saved from the arsenal, and Chef's Kiss. Look at this. That card was in arsenal for a very long time, guys. This attack is for 12. Isn't it? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This attack is for 13? Unless the mode on Long Whisker is different, I don't know. They may not always be updating the dice perfectly as well. Okay. That was pretty good. Jagged Edge in Arsenal, waiting for Enigma to try to do something. Blow him out. Seems pretty good. And this is probably the beginning of the end for Enigma. Hasn't had a good traverse turn, and the life totals are getting too low. Jagged Edge. Enigma drops to 6. Ugh. Got one card. This is what? Miraging Metamorph? Yeah. I mean, throw Dynamos, and if you have a useless card, block with the useless card. This is definitely not good. It's a good play, but like, sure, take 3. He has 1 loyalty in the grave, maybe even 2 now. I don't think he's seen a second one, but he's got 1. Bigger pops. Oath of Loyalty. Forgo again. Can only play Draconic cards. This Enigma's not long for this world. When Fang has 3 fealty, has tempo, and has a life lead, and is constructed in a way where they only have 8 blues, this deck is just going to cut you up. We've only seen 1 Jagged Edge as well. Fang is volatile, though. In the first couple turns of the game, you really do need to have a smooth hand. But this hero just is so strong once it's turned on. I think this means Fang is actually valuable or just good turning by the pilot. I mean, Christian Veiling is a good player. Fang is probably Fang and Dory. I consider them both B tier. They're both good, but are they the best choice? No. But in the hands of somebody very talented, both Fang and Dorinthea, I think, are A tier. So Fang and Kasai, no. I don't. The more I've been looking at Kasai, Kasai is just got too many matchups she needs to not see. So, yeah. Dory is definitely the safer pick. Fang, when I play Fang, I think I mess up a lot. Whereas when I play Dory, I don't think I really mess up my attacks. Mark has been thinking about this block for a very long time. Gem dodge wizards. I mean, all the warriors need to gem dodge wizards. Gonna take 1, go to 5. Blaze headlong, 4, go again. I heard you like 0 for 4s. I remember a team did a tier list and put Kasai on A. Which team did that? I hate these 2 blocks on Fang, and I'm a Runeblade player. Runeblades and Warriors don't have a lot in common. All right, here we go. Gonna look for an inner chi. This turn is going to be dagger into attack react into dagger, and this is probably going to get another card out of hand. This could be really bad if it's Tooth of the Dragon in hand. He has Shelter from the Storm, though, so maybe he can say no blocks. Yeah, he could probably say no blocks on this, actually. Because no matter what that card is, and oh, Long Whisker Loyalty, all modes. At least this isn't going to be 3 daggers wide because he doesn't have another attack react, so. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, this is just for 1. So definitely just take this, send your mirror guy, turn back. I think it was a Sunflower Samurai that said Kasai is A tier. She's very fair. She can do fine against fair decks. Kasai, if you're a better player than your opponent, I could totally see why you put her in A. No cards in hand. I mean, why is Mark thinking about this? Dagger for 1. Okay. Whenever you pitch an inner chi, you can give this ward. Just going to use the ward on that. Yep. Okay. Sure. 1 card in hand to swing this. For 8. And, oh baby, Loyalty Beyond the Grave, number 2. Time to cash those in. This is another thing, is that having Loyalty Beyond the Grave on their Mirror Guy turn means you got an extra card to attack. I don't think this Mirror Guy is going to stick around here. Too many breakpoints. Too wide. Which decks would you consider not fair? Just look at the top of the decks of the meta. Enigma. Verdance. Aurora is probably not very easy for Kasai. Although, honestly, Aurora should actually be like one of the better matchups for him. Gonna make this a Draconic Scar Tissue. Restless Coalescence flashed in. Takes a counter from Mirror Guy and spits out a Spectral Shield. Got Ward 1, and Ward 2, and Ward 3. Mistvale Heroes Aurora Jarl. Oak and Old is broken? I mean, Earth Heroes are generally decent. Felling of the Crown is a $50 card for a reason. Blaze Headlong for 4. Now, of note, Christian is on 2 fealty right now. It's gonna. Oh, he's got a Mirror Guy stuck in hand. What can he do? Play his Arsenal and then play Mirror Guy? Sift? Are you gonna put the Mirror Guy on the bottom? Goodbye, Mirror Guy. And put that other card into the arsenal back to Christian. Does he have a Pledge fealty? If he does, he'll be back up to 3 fealty. Looks like he does not, but he has a blue. Jarl's hero power is Essence of Ice and Earth. Blistering Blade. Coming over by 1. And we're just seeing Mark Henderson die to 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Without a D-React, what can he do? He did not make a Grains token. He did not use Brave Forge Bracers. That means the game is about to end. Block for 3. Definitely not going to be enough. Blistering Blade. Double Chi. Going to try to dig himself out of a hole. Rising Sun Setting Moon just finds another Chi. Oh no. So he's going to have 2 Chi cards in hand. And he can make a Spectral Shield. I don't know if the last card is a Instant Speed Aura. Okay, it's a Mirror Guy. Okay. So he's going to be able to stay alive. Or not. GG. Even had the Fire and Brimstone in the arsenal. Oh boy. Oh boy. That would have been the killing blow there. Jeez. Good old Kadachi lock. Yeah, that was a Ninja Warrior if I ever saw one. Okay, guys, we are on our final game. Okay, welcome to the finals. Fang is the higher seed. Had Florian go first. Florian plays Truce. Christian plays Sigil. So Fang choosing to go second in this matchup. Fire Vein Lock, yeah. Jagged Edge MVP. I mean, there was a lot of good plays in that game. All right, let's see if Donovan on Florian can do anything to halt Fang. Truce going to draw him a card. Savor Bloodshed for 5, pitching a red. Two cards in hand. Warmonger's Diplomacy. Oh, no, never mind. He had one card in hand because he discarded the tip-off. Or Relentless Pursuit, sorry. Currently over by 5. These are the numbers that are just super annoying. Like, there's different types of evasion. The original evasion, you look in WTR, that is the prime example of evasion in this game. Reinhardt has Intimidate. Dorinthea has Attack Reactions. Bravo has Dominate. Katsu kills you with 1,000 cuts. Fang is a very, very beautiful blend of Ninja and Warrior. He's a dual-wield Warrior, but he also has attack actions, so he can press damage on different parts of the combat chain, and it's very difficult to block. All right, Reaping Blade with Rune Chance. I do not think Christian gives two Fs about this. Again, also running AB0. And Dynamo's going to start the value train. Okay. And Florian getting a little bit of an IP penalty. Savor Bloodshed again. Oh my god, it's been 3.5 hours. You thought about just marking and passing, denying truth, both of them heal? I think with Savor Bloodshed, you just gotta go for it, right? All right, fully covered up with the sink below. Never mind. Affirm Loyalty. Good card. Not going to make a fealty from Affirm, but going to make one from Mark. Going to draw from Savor Bloodshed. I think just going to Arsenal this. Yeah, no point in just swinging. I mean, you could swing for one reset Dynamos, but generally, this is just going to be your... Oh, Runic Reckoning. This card is annoying for Fang. This card says on hit, lose a fealty. It's like all those shadow cards that hate on light cards. Also, not only would it destroy the fealty, it would also make a rune chance. So it's like mega annoying. There we go. Loyalty Beyond the Grave. Number 1 into the bin. Fire Vein number 1. See, by the time Fang is online, he'll have low amounts of armor, but then he could just start blocking with cards from hand. So Disruption doesn't really disrupt Fang because he has armor. Yeah. Pledge Fealty into swing. No blocks. Into Searing Gaze. Into Sink Below. To Reset Dynamo's Pass. Okay. All right, we're on 2 Fealty, and this must be a nightmare matchup for Florian, right? This can't be a good matchup for Florian. You're too slow to punish Fang. Your value can't outvalue Dynamo's +5 intellect. And the damage is evasive. Maybe you could get him with a Runic Reckoning or a Phased Purgatory at a very, very specific time, but I don't know. Is this an instant? It is not. Goodbye to Christian's Arsenal. Very defensive Florian is not bad here. I mean, aren't all Florians pretty defensive? Like, the most offensive thing that they could have is, like, Trot Along and E-Strike and stuff like that. Rune Rager Swarm, I guess, would be okay, yeah. Swarming Gloomveil. It's pretty good. The 12D React Florian is probably fine. What do you mean by it's probably fine? There's Long Whisker into Heal, which he's able to do because they're at equal life. Heads up play there from Christian, recognizing if they went to damage, couldn't play that anymore. And Sigil's not a good arsenal anyways, because that could get Plow-Undered. Just going to make a Vigor token and pass. Not going to swing again and reset Dynamos. I want to play this at 1.5. The stream's getting too long, guys. Germinate pitching 4? I think that's a red and a blue. We now have Fang. How did we end up with Bolted before? What do you mean, how did we end up with Bolted before? Germinate also heals. X+1. It's pretty good. 4-card Fang, very likely to get turned on this turn. He made 3 embodiments of Earth and not 3 Rune Chants? What? Guys, he made 3 embodiments of Earth with Germinate. What? I've never seen that before. What? Is he going for a fatigue plan? Maybe. Tooth and Blade Flurry. There's Shelter. Sure. Swinging for 6. Had to pitch a red, unfortunately. Why in the world would he make 3 embodiments? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too. You're not guaranteed non-attacks in your hand, yeah. Look at that. The 3 embodiments completely useless here. Searing Gaze gonna leak 3 damage and create a mark. Pretty good. Plow Under. Super annoying. Florian's at 6 Earth cards. Walking with Glint kind of makes me think he has like a pledge fealty. Or he had 2 blues. Okay, that makes sense. But seeing 2 Plow Unders, I'm more incentivized to keep an arsenal. Okay, there's Tooth of the Dragon, kind of sidestepping that Oath of the Arknight. Long Whisker on the 2nd chain link, gonna enable probably power and mark actually. Having an extra fealty or 2 probably good against Florian because Rune Blades can pop your fealties plus maybe these. You have some insurance against face purg and stuff like that. Although Loyalty Beyond the Grave is already a pretty good insulation. I think this is one of the very few matchups where you could lose your fealty and still be okay, but wow, Summer's Fall, just incidental hate against poor Fang. Summer's Fall destroying one of the fealties, very sad. This is why I said making more fealties is probably good. And yeah, I think in general, Fang probably should not be blocking very much. And I think, yep, Oath of Loyalty, a good start. Donovan is going to take 40 instances of 1 damage this game. That's what's going to happen, guys. One by one. How did he make... Oh, yeah, he was marked. Okay, that's how he got the 3rd fealty. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, there we go. More fealty. Beautiful. Break the chain, okay. Rather than burn into greens? Really? Hunt's End. I feel like burning once into greens is probably better than this damage here. Although keeping the grains token alive could be hard. Ending with 4 of the Drakai, kind of denying. Because right now, Florian doesn't have an arsenal, so it's possible that's like a plow underhand. And just like that, the river breaks. Florian just suddenly took a ton of damage that turn. Summers fall again. Joke's on you. I am very, very loyal to the Emperor, says Christian. That type of macro strategy is not going to work. Fang can generate 10 fealty easily in a game. You can Summers Fall, Runic Wreck all you want. I'd like to see Christian put something very important into Arsenal soon, though. That face purg is one of the only ways for Donovan to get back in this game. What turn will they update life totals? I mean, this is roughly updated, apparently. Millennium Tree being blocked. This is why you don't need AB against Florian, guys. Just go, go, go. Pledge fealty to Gogan. Is there any way for Florian to destroy your fealty at instant speed if he doesn't have creepers? I don't think there's a way for him to do that. All right, scar tissue as well. Not sure why he's playing it on this attack. Why is he playing the scar tissue on this attack? That's a little bit baffling, guys. Not exactly sure about that. Okay, gonna long whisker. 2 modes. All right, unfortunately, the D-React blows out the long whisker. Very sad. What's equally sad, though, is pitching a Felling to swing Reaping Blade against somebody with Dynamiles. Diabolic Ultimatum plus Creepers, but nobody plays that. Erase Face, but not instant. Is Erase Face like a must-block card for Fang? If you get Erased Face, can you save your fealties? If you generate a fealty, that'll keep your fealties. Right? Face Purg. Does he only have 1 card in hand? Oh, no, he has plenty. Okay. Jeez, he has 4 cards in hand. Not always. Okay, gonna discard that card. Turn this into a Draconic Scar Tissue. All right. Florian always having the D-React. How convenient. I think the Fang player is being more efficient, though, in terms of cards. So I don't think there's a threat of getting fatigued. Erase Face says loses, but it doesn't mean can't gain. Ah. Pledge is the only thing that saves you, I think, or marked. Ah, okay. Cards and tokens that lose all class and talent types until next turn. Doesn't say they can't regain them. Ah, very, very important distinction there. And Donovan has taken his like 20th instance of damage. Guys, we're seeing evasive damage at work here. One by one by one by one. All right, Florian going to try to get some 1-card 5 up in here. Shelter going to block 2 rune chants, and he's just going to take 1 damage. It's pretty good. Shelter from the Storm is my arcane barrier. I think we're just going to see Florian slowly die over the next 10 turns. And cards like Hunsen going to chunk this life total down. Oh boy. Like, Donovan is probably going to block 3 cards this turn and take like 7 damage. This is such a bad spot because, like, is he going to pump the Fire Vein, chunk me down to like 10, or is he going to Arsenal? Damned if you do, damned if you don't. At its finest right here. You see this, guys? There's no good decision here for Florian. This is normally where Florian would slowly turn around since he's online now. You think Florian is the value deck? Fang is the value deck. He's running 50 reds and dynamos with an intellect of 5. This is ridiculous. We just saw him cut up Aurora and then Enigma and now Florian. Pro-Terror tech leaked, guys. Oh no. My secret Fang deck. Josh, is Fang a blueprint for a better Bolton 2.0 hero design? What does he need to be at least decent? Bolton needs a soul outlet that draws cards. That's what he needs. He needs a soul outlet that draws cards. You love to see Felling block a Fire Vein for 1. You'll love to see it. Glint him. Or sigil him. Okay, sure. Scar tissue also works. Why not? Oh, we could have sigil of solaced him there. I would have liked the sigil, honestly. That made him lose value. Donovan is just getting chopped up. Just getting chopped up, man. Oh boy. All right, a big block. The Oath of the Arknight blocking for 5 by itself. Barkskin also blocking for 2. A little bit of an IP penalty for Christian. Three-card Florian. Okay, this is a good start. Felling. Why not? Put a card to the bottom. Block with Dynamos. Maybe block with a D-React, if you care. This is a loyalty beyond the grave check, I think. Okay, just taking 7, go to 20. Sure. 3 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. It gets to attack again. Lumina Lance. Lumina Lance is not a good soul outlet. Is fatigue even a possibility here? Doesn't seem like it. No, it's not. I think that's the only chance he has, but I don't think it's going to work. Like, you're just leaking damage left and right. Look at this. You're going to take 1, and then 1. And then, yeah. He's going to throw a card in front of this and try to make a play with Reaping Blade and Grasp. Uh-oh, it's it's Fire and Brimstone. Uh-oh. That's a good card. Coming in for 2. If that's an attack reaction in Arsenal, this is the Lumina Gabumina of Fang. And he has the attack react, so going to attack again, and a flurry of attacks from Fire and Brimstone going to end this game. It's just too much pressure. You might be like, hey, Christian's deck looks really small. Doesn't matter. 2 is as good as dead here. Fellings were blocked 3 in this match, yeah. Did he misplay marking damage and then playing Draconic Instant for go again? I didn't watch too closely. I've pretty sure there's a judge watching, so it should be done correctly. Draconic Blade Flurry. Rootbound Carapace number 20 at this point. This is just ridiculous, guys. There is no fatigue. There is no fatigue. You have another D-React, or are you going to 2? Looks like he's going to 2. Trot along blocking for 5, but is that going to be a no? Oh, look at that. Oh, shelter. Okay. Gonna stay alive. Staying alive, staying alive. Ooh, that's annoying. Okay, he still has the ability to block with just one card, though. But this is mega annoying. If he doesn't have Pledge Fealty in his hand. Fang with Fealty seems gross. It's pretty good. Like defensive decks like Victor and Florian, which are traditionally very bad for Warrior, is just no problem. So this is a block for 4 on armor. Presume there's a D-React or something. Loyalty Beyond the Grave. And I think he's going to be able to cash it in for another card. Yep, there we go. And if I had to guess, this is the last turn of the game. Struggle no more, Florian. Struggle no more. We've got to be on second cycle now. There's like 10 cards left in the Fang's deck, but Florian's out of D-Reacts. And guess what? Fang still has probably like 7 reds left in the deck. Okay, there's 1 of the 2 damage required to end the game. Going to 1. Is that another? Okay. Gonna make a Vigor token. Bracers. Just blocking 3. Interesting. Okay. Maybe you had a read. Fruit's gonna gain 2. Sure. All these Oath of Loyalties that were pitched at the beginning of the game. Just as a reminder, Fang doesn't shuffle his deck. So all these hands that are coming up are because he pitched for the first couple turns to get online. He definitely pitched some like Blistering Blades at the beginning of the game. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Over by 2. Gonna gain 1 life. Gonna take 2. Go down to 1 again. Christian has another attack reaction. He should just play it here. The fact that your opponent played Arcane Seed's Life like that means they don't have a D-React. 1 card in hand. It's going to glint, draw. And there's the scar tissue. Oh, GG. One of the skills that you need, though, as Fang is memorizing your pitch deck. I think Christian knew what he was going to draw there. Okay, pretty good. Pretty good. All right, well, guys, that was 4 hours of watching Warrior games. Jesus. Okay, that was a long stream, but I felt like I learned something. I hope you guys learned something as well. I tried to analyze as much as I could without losing my voice. Um, some takeaways. Fang seems pretty good against some of the decks in the format. Needs to be played pretty bravely, though. I think Fang is one of those heroes you got to play quite a bit to get a good sense of how to play him. You also need to understand how you could lose your fealty and then play around that. You need to know how to pitch stack, and yeah. Yep. Can't remove Perforate from my Fang deck. Well, I don't think many people play Perforate in Fang these days. It's more of a Dagger Dory card. But yeah. Okay, guys. I'm tired. That was a long ass stream. All right. I hope you enjoyed those 6 warrior games. I probably should have did 3 and 3, but is what it is. 4-hour stream. That's all right. Okay, guys. This has been Josh Lau with the Card Guys. Hope you have enjoyed tonight's stream. Hope you're having a good day or had a good day. We'll see you guys next week. Bye-bye.